spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leo Baga. Remember to continue enjoying the EPL marches across our radio stations. That is Radio Maisha, Berur, and right here on Spice FM. And as Kenyans continue to mourn the death of ODM leader and also the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, his body is expected to arrive in the country at around 9:30 a.m. today from India, where he died yesterday after suffering a heart attack while on a morning walk. A special Kenyan delegation led by Prime Minister Musalia Mudavadi left the country yesterday for India to facilitate his repatriation and arrived safely. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has said the body of the deceased will be received by President William Ruto before being taken to Lee's mortuary for preparations for public viewing. During this period, President Ruto has directed all senior government officials, including the Deputy President, Chief Cabinet Secretary, Chief Justice, Ministers and Speakers of Parliament to refrain from flying the national flag on their official vehicles until the day of Raila's burial. The order has come into effect immediately as part of the national honours for the veteran opposition leader. Condolences have also continued to pour in from within and outside the country, with political leaders, international partners and ordinary citizens praising Raila Odinga for his great contribution to democracy and national unity. President Ruto has described Raila as a courageous politician and a true patriot whose life was centered on fighting for justice, freedom and inclusion for all Kenyans. Now, this event comes as Kenya has begun a 7-day mourning period following the death of the former Prime Minister. Ruto said Odinga will be given a state funeral, meaning the Department of Defense will handle the funeral arrangements.
In honor of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga's extraordinary contribution to our nation, I have declared a 7-day period of national mourning, during which the national flag shall fly at half-mast across the Republic of Kenya and in all our missions abroad. As a mark of respect, I have postponed all my public engagements for the coming days, and I ask all other public servants and leaders to do the same, so that we can join the nation in this period of mourning and deep reflection. Our former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, shall be accorded a state funeral with all attendant honors.
Meanwhile, President Ruto has indicated that the Indian government has offered to fund the transportation of Raila's body to Kenya. A funeral committee has already been formed under the chairmanship of Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki and Odinga's brother, who is also a Siaya Senator, Oburu Odinga.
In consultation with the family, a committee to be co-chaired by the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and the Siaya Senator, Oburu Odinga, has been set up to coordinate the funeral arrangements. At the same time, the Government of India, at the request of the Government of Kenya, has offered to facilitate the repatriation of the remains of our former Prime Minister. Consequently,
a special delegation led by the Prime Minister, as I had said earlier, arrived in India safely and is bringing back the body to the country. The president has further described Odinga as a peacemaker, urging Kenyans to emulate the great example of patriotism that the leader has shown.
Fellow patriots, we have lost a beacon of courage, a tower of principle, and a father of our democracy. Let us come together as he always urged us to do, not as rivals, but as brothers and sisters bound by a shared destiny. As we mourn, I call on all Kenyans to reflect on his towering legacy and the lessons impacted by Right Honorable Raila Odinga's life, work, ideas, and example. In a political career spanning decades, Raila Amolo Odinga offered a compelling model of principled politics. And at a critical moment in our nation's journey, he always put Kenya first before individual or personal interest.
And that's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 Spice FM. Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is this?
First of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
The government.
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed.
We used to tell Honorable Raila Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy,
call him Baba Tinga, Jacom Oragwambo. These are the names that have defined Raila Odinga's political journey. A name that has been synonymous with Kenya's electoral process. Born on January 7th, 1945 to the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and the late Mama Mary Juma Odinga, Raila Odinga thrust into the front line of political limelight was in 1982 during the attempted coup against retired President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Raila Odinga, then a rising opposition leader, was accused of being among the masterminds behind the failed coup, being a time that tense political climate prevailed where dissent was equated with subversion. Raila was arrested and charged with treason, ending up in detention for 6 years from 1982 to February 1988. He was released, but later detained again in August the same year. He was to be released a year later in June 1989, serving as Kenya's longest political detainee. In 1990, after the restoration of multi-party democracy, he plunged into elective politics, winning the Langata constituency seat where he served from 1992 to 2013. His first attempt at presidency came in 1997 under the National Development Party NDP, where he finished third. The 1997 general election birthed the first political handshake as Raila Odinga joined hands with former President Daniel Moi after merging his NDP with Moi's KANU party, becoming KANU's Secretary General.
And ideas do move fast as their time comes. Hence this historic pact and consummation of merger today.
The relationship between Raila Odinga and Daniel Moi ended when the then President Moi endorsed Uhuru Kenyatta as KANU's presidential flag bearer. In protest, Raila Odinga, together with others, staged a walkout from KANU and formed Liberal Democratic Party LDP, which later joined forces to form the National Rainbow Coalition NAC that propelled Mwai Kibaki to power. The relationship between Raila Odinga and Mwai Kibaki was short-lived. They fell out in 2003, shortly after the elections, with Raila Odinga accusing Kibaki of reneging on a pre-election power-sharing pact with the LDP wing, marginalizing Raila. Raila's complete break from NAC came in 2005 during the referendum on a proposed new constitution. Raila led his team to oppose the draft constitution pushed by Kibaki's allies. The No campaign, symbolized by an orange, won during the referendum, birthing the Orange Democratic Movement Party that Raila Odinga used as a political vehicle to contest against Mwai Kibaki in 2007 general election. The election results that announced Mwai Kibaki as the winner were disputed, triggering the post-election violence that saw more than 1,000 people killed and dozens displaced. In 2013 general election, Raila Odinga would yet again get into the ring for the presidential contest, leading the Coalition for Reforms and Democracy Code that lost to Uhuru Kenyatta, a scenario that repeated itself in 2017 general election under the National Super Alliance NASA, where he lost again to Uhuru Kenyatta.
Raila
However, in March 9th, 2018, Raila Odinga made an unprecedented move by sealing a truce with Uhuru Kenyatta, forming the famous handshake government. It was a move that shifted the political landscape, shaping the 2022 general election. Uhuru Kenyatta endorsed Raila Odinga for presidency against his deputy William Ruto, who became an outcast in the very government he was in. In the 2022 general election, Raila reinvented himself for a fifth stab at presidency, running with the blessings and full backing of the government of the day under the Azimio la Umoja ticket. He lost to President William Ruto. However, like the political enigma he is, he made his way back to the government in June 2024 following the nationwide Gen Z protests. President Ruto roped him into his government by appointing some of his top allies into the broad-based government. The pact between UDA and ODM would yet again place him at the center of power with no official capacity. Jeff Kirui, KTN.
DJ, panaleta mchanganyiko. Nataka lero lero ni lero. Lero lero ni lero. Langa mugamba nubobe umoja wewe nubobe nubobe leo ni leo leo ni leo leo ni leo asemaye kesho ni muwango asemaye kesho ni muwango mama ni muwango ni muwango. Tunasema Kenya mpya inawezekana. Inawezekana. Leo ni leo. Na inawezekana. Inawezekana. Leo ni leo. Kenya mpya inawezekana. Inawezekana. Leo ni leo. Nchi ambayo kuna raha na ustawi. Inawezekana. Na inawezekana. Leo ni leo. Mungu bariki nchi yetu ya Kenya. Inawezekana. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Leo ni leo. Tukae na undugu. Inawezekana. Amani na uhuru. Leo ni leo. Raha. Inawezekana. Tupate na ustawi. Leo ni leo. Na inawezekana. Inawezekana. Leo ni leo. Langa mugamba no bombe.
intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 21 mark. It's 21 past 6 on this 16th of October 2025. This is the Situation Room. Good morning. And of course, it's a day when folks have come to the reality of the situation that made itself known to many Kenyan and indeed the world yesterday with the passing of the man, the myth, the legend, Raila Odinga. And we're here on this day to continue our coverage, of course, our broadcast and conversations around the death of this man who's been in Kenya's political and freedom space for the last 40 more years. And we wake up this morning to the reality of that situation. And here we are in the Situation Room, focusing on that once again. Dennis, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Salama. Yep, and that's what it is. We're going through this day, of course, with many conversations to be had around one conversation. So thank you already for joining us in the room this morning. And as we go into it, it is the Situation Room. It is a day when many things have happened in less than 24 hours. And here we are to then be able to go through them one by one. So it's still the conversation. It takes a different turn this morning. And those are some of the things that we'll be doing to discuss into it. And just as we remember, so many videos have already started coming up and things that, you know, that Raila Odinga was known for, will be remembered for. And of course, the political sphere looking like it's going to take, you know, a different turn. But we're looking at a number of those things today, and I'll let you in on some of those conversations. I saw a video yesterday where he sang this song, down the way when the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountaintop. I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to live a little girl in Kingston town. He sang that song.
Yeah.
But then I looked at the words of that song yesterday, and I said, that's it. You know, I had to leave. And my head is down, and I'm sad about it, but you have to keep going. And I watched that video many times of him singing that song, and it was just, wow, okay, this is a reality that we're waking up to this morning. And it's just the memories all around it is what helps us to have these conversations. So we will do that today, and we will remember him, and of course tell folks about the plans, the different ones that are happening. We know already that a delegation of Kenya's leaders and political class went to India yesterday. Later in the morning, landed in India, and are on their way back, poised to land at about 8 a.m. this morning. And we'll go through some of those details in terms of what will be happening. But I think it was just, you know, very interesting to see the videos yesterday. I see the pictures of the honor that he was given, the governor of Mumbai being there, together with Kenya's High Commissioner to India, and then them just being able to do everything that they did to ensure that he would be ready for Kenya then to bring him home. And so we'll give details of that, and we'll have a number of conversations with different people this morning, even as we remember the life and times of Raila Odinga. And even as we do, thank you for joining us. Yes, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And also, KTN, good morning. Of course, we'll be patching in and out. Dennis Aseto will then be on the other side as he's helping us to see, you know, have an eye on what's going on essentially on the road. We're going to start off a conversation with Dr. Barak Muluka and Tony Gashoka. They will join us, and we'll be looking into the sunset of a political giant, reflecting on Raila Odinga's legacy. They'll join us at 7 o'clock. We will then be joined by Richard Onyonka, as a senator for Kisii County. Of course, had many moments of difficult ones and happy ones with Raila Odinga, and we'll be talking with him at 8. We're going to round things off then this morning with Caleb Amisi. It was interesting because he posted yesterday there are a number of Raila Odinga's sons, and I don't mean sons, his biological ones, but sons that he raised through the political process. Caleb Amisi is one of them, and he'll join us for that conversation at 9 o'clock. So we'll do that today, and of course we're going to hear from a number of folks today, just going through a lot of these things, and sharing as much information as we have when we get it. All right, so that's what it looks like this morning. So let's get into it, shall we? Still, we're in Liberia. Interestingly enough, one of the countries that Raila Odinga had a lot to say about, especially after the times of, President Sam Taylor and the things that they had to go through during the civil war and the conflict in Liberia.
Yeah, and Liberia gives us this proverb today. Teeth and tongue can fight, but they will never stop working together to eat.
Indeed. Wow.
Teeth and tongue will always fight, but they will work together to eat.
Yeah. We may clash, we may not always agree, but if we're in the same space where we have to get things done, guess what? I'll do my part. I'll chew it and then you move it along, or you chew it and I move it along. But there has to come a time where we will have to be able to, there will be the lashing, and I might bite you every now and then, or you might push me aside. But at some point we have to come together to make things work. We have to put our pride aside sometimes, I guess, or even our strength aside to then be able to do things together. That's what it looks like to me.
Well, for me, it speaks of very many things. But what's because fighting is all about conflict. It speaks of, you can fight, you can have differences, you can argue, you can have different opinions, but that's what makes us unique and different and special, and everyone is special in their own way. And therefore doesn't necessarily mean that it has to lead into, fighting. There has to be cohesion at some point. The right hand can't say I don't need the left hand. The left hand can't say I don't need the right hand. So though you may be right-handed, meaning that, for you, your right hand has more strength, you write with your right hand, but there will be a point when if you want to carry a bucket, you can't carry that bucket with that one right hand. Though it's strong, you will always need that left hand. Yeah. And same thing with two legs. There's just some mystery around pairings. And you have two legs, but the right leg can't say
bring it alone.
I'm going to walk alone. Yeah. No, even if the left shoe is pinching you and the right shoe is fitting nicely, you will just have to figure out how you'll coordinate. So the legs naturally have a way of just coordinating. And it speaks to life, like friendships, family, just people generally. And looking at the state of our country right now, especially with the passing of Raila Odinga, there is a way that some situations bring us together. And this is one of them, where then you forget your differences. You're not hearing anyone coming out and saying, making political statements that are pretty much negative. Although there are differences, it's that time when you settle things down and you're like, what, let's rally ourselves around together. Let's unite together, though we have differences, political differences, and that's why you'll see in the next coming days. All key, major, whatever, small political parties, big parties, everybody is going to rally themselves around what has just happened to the country. And therefore, it speaks of the importance of unity.
Yeah. If you look at that quote itself and you just look at the person who Raila was, so you look at an individual who had his own stance and what he believed in, he always challenged the decisions that were made, oppressive decisions that were made against people. But even then, he would always find a way of getting back on the table with his, what we'd call nemesis, and work things around, sit together, unite for the benefit of the country. Odinga always said, the country is bigger than any one individual.
That's true.
So the teeth, the tongue would fight, but they will work together
to
eat.
Yeah, like they say, there's no other country. Like 728 taught us that very big lesson.
Right.
Fine, a tribe can fight another tribe. That's teeth and tongue.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we're all in this country. If we burn together.
We're all in the mouth.
We build it together. There is no other country called Kenya. There is no other place you can run to and call home. Home is always home.
Home is home.
Even if your family is so dysfunctional, and your sisters, your brothers, your mother, it's so dysfunctional. At the end of the day, it's family.
Yeah. And that's home.
Yeah.
That's true. And, we've just been, of course, there's hundreds of thousands of messages coming in, and we'll look into some of those, of course. But this indeed is the loss of a man who's been in Kenya's political, social, justice, freedom space for 4 decades, right? So this happened as a loss to his family, to his wife, to his children, to his brother and sisters, to his wider family at large, to his colleagues. But it happened to Kenya.
Yeah.
It happened to Kenya. So this is a Kenya moment. It's Kenya in days, it's Kenya in weeks, it's Kenya in months. So this is something that happened to Kenya. So I don't think we can, as maybe some folks are trying to do, downplay the magnitude of this loss. It is a big one, and this is not just something that has happened no matter how huge it is. To his wife and his beloved, this has happened to Kenya. So it is a Kenya moment, however you want to look at it.
And the thing is, you look at his struggle. Well, he was born in the final year of World War II, right? So we've all grown to know who Raila is, including the Gen Z.
Yeah.
There is nobody. Well, for very many folk who are still alive, you've grown hearing his name. You've seen his impact. Whether it's positive, negative, whatever, but you know he's a towering figure. And interestingly, I thought about this. During his formative years, he was always isolated from his family, suffered away from his family.
In exile, hiding.
And he was alone.
Yeah.
There was a point where Ida Odinga would say, he gave him to the country because he never really spent time with family. And then you look at the point when he died, he was again alone, away from his family.
It's true, and she took on that platform, didn't she, yesterday when she tried to address the crowd in Karen, and she was apologizing to them. And she said, I'm sorry, you've lost him. She was apologizing to them, So, she gave him...
to us.
Absolutely. And just reading from you guys this morning, everybody who is tuned in. Yes, Peter Kiarie, always remember that your present situation is not your final destination. The best is yet to come. Good morning. You're tuned in from Mombasa. Pan-African Kenyan is here this morning. Don Sabwa, we see you. We're all right. Thank you so much. Desmond Otis. But always, and I repeat always, don't wish death to someone, even your worst or best enemy. Rest in peace, Raila. Stanley Ngashe says, the people's president is gone. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Sarah Kilonzo says, good morning. Rest in peace, Raila, the enigma. Aguto Gembo says, good morning. Rest in peace, Jacom. Hello, Princess Ndu, Dennis and Aseto. If this train wreck didn't happen, now it would be Her Excellency Martha Karua. Well, rest, for you fought for the motherland. It's called being human. And Pernell says, good morning from Minnesota. May Baba rest in peace. We can all agree he sure loved Kenya and gave it his all. Eugene Odhiambo says, good morning. Tuned in from Kikuyu. May Baba's soul rest in eternal peace. Eric Awar says, good morning, guys. Rest in peace, Jacom from the Twin Cities of Minnesota, says Jeffrey Yanyuki. Izakale says, let's take a deep breath, lift our heads high and walk into the future like it's already cheering for us. Hope isn't just a feeling, it's a rhythm. And we, dear listeners, are right on beat. Indeed, Iza. Miguel Jermaine says, sorry for a great loss, the great defender of democracy in Kenya. Josh Willie says, good morning all. Poliko Familia, Raila Odinga, rest in peace. Michael Olande, may Baba soul rest in peace. Hisa Daniel said, rest easy, Baba. Kenyans loved you, but God loved you most. Chun Pin Baba Agwambo, I lack words, says Dr. Van Vick. Rest in peace. King Dave says, good morning, great ones. When was the last time you played a full national anthem song? It was yesterday, actually. Tibbs Muge says, good morning. Toti Bishop says, it's only right to start the show with a moment of silence. Indeed. Abraham Kimeli says, indeed, it's a sad day in Kenya. Rest in peace, Hero Rao. Joe Mungai sending his greetings, prayers to the family of Raila and Kenya at large. Carol Nyambura says, good morning, Nawapenda Sana, wishing you all a blessed day ahead. Fare thee well, Baba Raila. The sisters say, you played your part well. God's peace and comfort to his family and friends, indeed. Condolences to all Kenyans as Rao was national, says Jimmy Munuthi. Unbelievable. May he rest in eternal peace, says Agola. Good morning. Christina, good morning. May Raila's soul rest in peace. Boba War says, good morning, Team Spice. Shared agonies with Kenyans over the sudden loss of our statesman Baba Rao. May the good Lord rest him in peace and accord his family strength to cope with his loss. King Dave, indeed. Enigma, Tinga, Hummer, Baba, Jacom. Unbogable, Agwambo. Rest in power. Pan-African Kenya, we see you. Bwangi Juma says, good morning. How are you this blessed Thursday? Indeed, there's a time for everything. Absolutely. Press J. Baba, you left without telling us which way forward. Press J. Najma, may Baba soul rest in peace. Now, Najma Chaudhry saying that, of course. Press J says, of course, that was interesting that his bodyguard, in that video that we saw, walking behind him, and then the videos that we saw after that, sitting in the ambulance with him, didn't leave him for 1 minute. Was always with him. He understood his assignment, but also you could see that he had a love for the man. George Okoh says, good morning. I mourn Baba for the sudden demise. We enjoyed lunch at his home just late July. Lala Salama Jacom says, Ben Chakala. Ivan Omondi Odera says, indeed, it's a great loss. Yeah, that was a Harry Belafonte song. Indeed, Harry Belafonte sang that song. Margaret Gavoni, good morning. Rest in peace, Rao. Indeed, beautiful moments for us to then be able to remember. It was also interesting to hear Senator Oburu Odinga saying, you know what, we are celebrating. He did his part. May Baba rest in peace, says Mama J. Ominde Caxton says, good morning. My condolences to Rao's family. Julius Song, my heartfelt condolences to Ida Odinga family in the Republic of Kenya for the loss of Jacom. Christopher Ogure, good morning. Tuning from Maseno. Joe Yonindo, rest in peace, Jacom. Samuel Murira says, good morning. Amazing trio and everyone in the studio. Rest in peace, Raila, the Kenyan enigma to the world. Have a blessed day ahead. And it goes on and on, folks. Christina, we see you. Press J. Luther King Jr. says, good morning, Spice FM. Aberi Bethwell, rest in peace, Jacom. Luther King Jr., may Baba rest in power. Kenneth Jumba, rest in peace, Baba. Onganga Ken, what a way to bow out. May his soul rest in peace. The president that never was. Jerry Mamba says, good morning. Mtu Flani, may God comfort the grieving. Good morning to you, Mtuflani. Go well ahead, son of Adonijah. Newt, and that's Jimmy Mayora. Newton Emase, Nyakach Technical and Vocational Training College sends its condolences. Albert Gisori, we miss him and we will miss him dearly. Rose Sekere, rest in peace. Baba, you are an enigma. Jacom Bamburi says, good morning. We disagreed on politics but still loved and respected him. Rest in peace, enigma. Ignatius Nyageta, rest in peace. Baba Owen Karaoke, a political enigma. Your place is etched in the annals of Kenyan history. Friska says, rest in peace, Baba. Your legacy is alive. And these are going to come pouring in through the days, that's for sure. We'll let you know, of course, what plans are in place as we get them. And, of course, there's some that we already know, so we'll look into those. How about we start all of this at this point by looking into the headlines? There's no doubt what's across all the headlines of all our major dailies today. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, enigma bows out and he waves. The man, the myth, the legend. And Dennis Aseto will see you on the other side, of course, as we continue to get those pictures. A towering figure in the continent's political history has fallen. Raila Odinga, freedom fighter, reformist, and the country's most enduring opposition leader. died in India, closing a life defined by struggle, sacrifice, and an unrelenting quest for justice. Raila was both revered and reviled. A restless, brilliant, mercurial force whose life was a constant duel between destiny and defiance. He led, he fought, reconciled, and re-emerged time and again. A political phoenix in a nation that rarely forgives its own. Now, as the music fades, Kenya mourns the enigma whose silence leaves a huge void. And then, of course, we go into pictures of, his life from the 70s into the 80s with his dear wife, with his friends of a national and an international level. And it just goes on and on, and we'll come into these in just a while. He was a son of the bull who baffled all and charted a path and shaped political duels for decades. Looking into other headlines, Raila's court battles that transformed justice. Baba, a politician who schooled a nation. End of an era. Kenya mourns a fallen political mastermind. Kenya's relentless pursuit for a just constitution. And he was right in the center of all of this. And of course, we look at the stories of how he struggled earlier. 3 names, many hideouts, people who hid him, dressed as a Muslim woman sometimes, dressed as an old woman to escape death and persecution and prosecution. A lot that he went through. He was known by the world, and this is not just a Kenyan thing, literally known by the world. And we can see that from the different tributes that started to flow in. Some of those that we will share, presidents from across the world, from the Prime Minister of India to Hichilema of Zambia, Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa, of course Samia Suluhu of Tanzania, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Tinubu, who is Nigeria's current Obasanjo, and
great friends with Obasanjo.
Very, very, very good friends. I mean, they basically went everywhere together. Former South African President Thabo Mbeki. I mean, the pictures of him with Obama. Also, folks who are leaning in, Antonio Guterres saying that, my dear brother, not just Raila Odinga, but my dear brother. These are people that he had intimate friendships and brotherhood, camaraderie with, and these are pouring in from the world. That tells you something. It tells you a major thing, and we'll look into some of those as we go through them this morning. Ruto declares state funeral for fearless freedom fighter. We'll see that happen. His request to his family, which is no secret, was that he be buried within 72 hours of his death. It's a tight one to walk because the nation wants to mourn him. So it looks like it'll be 96 hours, but it'll be done by Sunday, and we'll give the details of the state funeral and how it's going to be. The president, William Ruto, has also declared 7 days of mourning where flags will fly at half-mast, and all his engagements have been postponed until after, and he's asked members of the cabinet and the civil service to do the same, to suspend all that business until this business is over, if it can ever be. All right, so those are some of the headlines we're looking at in the Standard, and of course sharing more information with you as you go ahead. Over to you, Okari.
Let's look at the Daily Nation. Rest in peace, Raila Odinga, 1945-2025. His picture there, and then we look at the inside pages. Enigma, Raila's story ends not with a conquest, but with a calculus. In the twilight of his life, he embraced the establishment. He had once fought, pursuing continental ambitions, even as his domestic star dimmed. Raila, the deal maker, who redefined power in Kenya. His life was a study in resilience, reinvention, and rebellion. For over 4 decades, he personified Kenya's turbulent march towards democracy, winning power without ever quite holding it. That's the story. So, Looking at some key dates here, 1945, year when Raila was born at Maseno's Church Missionary Society Hospital to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Kenya's first vice president, and Mary Juma. 1982, the year when Raila was detained as a political prisoner by the Moi government, spending 6 years in solitary confinement. Then 2007, the year whose general election spawned the post-election violence after Raila contested Mwai Kibaki's win. Those are the years plus many others that really at a glance, when you look at his life, then redefined, reinvented the person of Raila Odinga's and his illustrious political career. MP for Langata between 1992 to 2013, Minister for Energy, served as Prime Minister of Kenya 2008 to 2013, then became Africa Union High Representative for Infrastructure Development 2018 to 2023, then had major alliances. Just speaking about his political career, NAC 2002, Kibaki Tosha moment, when ODM founded in 2005, the handshake with President Uhuru Kenyatta 2018, broad-based alliance with President William Ruto 2024, then signature deals, multi-party democracy, devolution, constitutional reform, Pan-Africanism. You can't just ignore his footprints. They were everywhere.
Indeed.
And Kenyans pour into the streets across the country to mourn Raila Odinga, shuttered businesses in Nairobi Central Business District amid fears of criminal activity following the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. So people yesterday poured into the streets and to towns, and there was this scare, this sudden surge of people coming out to the streets. They're mourning, and so the people who are shutting down the businesses, because they shocked everyone. No one was prepared for this.
No.
Those who went to work very early in the morning got the news while they were at work. We got the news when we were actually working here. And so everybody's trying to everyone was trying to wrap their heads around what was going on. Raila Odinga's death brought Parliament to a standstill. The plenary and committees had to be cancelled, and trips by some politicians, they had to cancel their trips and their programs to just stay around. So there's a story here. I think you earlier made some reference to it. Bury me within 72 hours of my death, Raila's will. So it was radical. The sweetness bears an uncanny fidelity to the way Odinga practiced politics. So the first shock was that he was gone. The second came hours later. According to senior family members and State House officials directly involved in Raila Odinga's funeral arrangements, he left a clear directive that he be buried within 72 hours of his death. If the funeral committee interprets the wish strictly, then the state funeral is likely to be held this weekend, which was announced. It will be happening on Sunday. Odinga's wish was revealed by his lawyer yesterday morning at a State House meeting attended by, among others, his brother, Senator Oburu Oginga. The logistics of transporting the body from Mumbai, India, triggered a debate as to when the 72-hour countdown should then begin. And some in the funeral committee have interpreted that it should start the moment the body lands at JKIA. But others are convinced that this reading would violate his wishes then. And so officials at the presidency and at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs intimated that Odinga's remains would land in the country, but by this morning, the flight from Mumbai to Nairobi takes slightly more than 6 hours. So it was Dr. Oginga who first called the president shortly after 7 a.m. with the news that his younger brother was in critical condition in India. He said Raila had been rushed back to the hospital. A source said moments later there was another call. Odinga's youngest daughter, Winnie, calling Dr. Ruto. She was She was talking to Ruto with a trembling voice, said the worst had happened. Hospital officials said the cause of death was a heart attack. It is a hell of a logistical nightmare considering that he died in India. But as the ODM family, we are working together with our fallen party leaders, family, and the committee formed by the president to oversee his burial arrangements to ensure that we align with his wish to be buried within 72 hours. Vihiga Senator Godfrey Osotsi and ODM deputy party leader told the nation it is hard to overstate the audacity of the 72-hour instruction. Kenya's great political departures are typically measured in days than that lengthen into fortnights. Processions, parliamentary homilies, choirs rehearsed into consensus, bodies lying in state as people practice the choreography of loss. Men of Odinga's stature, Jomo Kenyatta, Daniel Moi, Mwai Kibaki, even his own father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, was sent off with an amplitude that became part of their legend. Odinga has posthumously edited the script. To go quickly is to reject the theatre. President William Ruto's decree of 7 days of national mourning was, insiders say, timed to harmonize with the 3-day wish. So the swiftness bears an uncanny fidelity to the way Odinga practiced politics as a series of disciplined pivots rather than a single and broken march.
Yeah. I mean, and it will. This is the thing, that it will happen in that time, how he has desired it to be. That he also then realized that, you know what, that there are many things that need to happen. And he knew, maybe he didn't grasp it in 100%, but he knew the impact that he had on a country. And he also knows what would happen with the loss of his death, that he needed that to happen quickly in order for people to move along. And how considerate of him in that regard.
He thought through everything.
He did. He thought through it. And just imagine that he said, you know what, guys, I know. You would imagine that he knew that people would drink water if he said do it, that people would jump if he said, that people would do what the Constitution said if he said that's what it said. He knew the impact that he had on people in terms of a leader. So he said, you know what, I go 3 days, wrap it up, and let's keep things moving.
And of course he knew, I mean, from where he comes from, in Luo Nyanza, there's a way they do things, you know, there's a way they do things. And so the news of his 72-hour wish then scrambles the customary choreography.
For sure.
Of grief, because Kenya's long goodbyes are not just mere extravagance. They are the public's chance to translate private sorrow into civic meaning. And therefore, those 72 hours, then you have to really tighten things up.
Yep.
Let's look at the Star very quickly. I'll just go through one story. A giant of democracy, main headline. Joey, why Raila used chant at funerals, for those who are wondering. So there's a story here which then describes what happened February 12th, 2020, during the state burial of former President Daniel Arap Moi at Kabarak. Raila Odinga moved mourners when he broke into a Luo dirge, waved his fly whisk several times above Moi's casket and chanting, Joey, Joey, Joey. So the word is deeply rooted in Luo language and tradition. It refers to a buffalo, an animal that symbolizes strength, courage, and fearlessness. In Luo culture, the buffalo represents someone whose presence is powerful and whose influence cannot be ignored.
Absolutely. For us to understand the pedigree or the caliber of people who not just had to make a statement because there was a death of a statesman, but because they had, again, a touch point with Raila Odinga and have seen what he's done over the years. Narendra Modi, the Indian Prime Minister, says, I had the privilege of knowing him closely since my days as a chief minister. He had a special affection for India, our culture, values, and ancient wisdom. This was reflected in his efforts to strengthen India-Kenya ties. Abiy Ahmed, who is the Ethiopian Prime Minister, on behalf of the government of Ethiopia, I extend my sincere condolences on the passing of former Kenyan Prime Minister Raila Odinga. May he rest in peace. Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, who is the president of Somalia, I extend my heartfelt condolences to the people of Kenya on the passing of former PM Raila Odinga, a towering statesman whose legacy of democracy, justice, and public service will endure. It goes on. Ismail Gule, the Djibouti president, Raila Odinga is gone. Kenya has lost a visionary leader. Our condolences to his family and all the Kenyan people. Hakainde Hichilema is one of the first who gave his trip yesterday. We extend our deepest condolences to the people of Kenya, the Odinga family, President William Ruto, and all those touched by this towering advocate for democracy. His legacy will endure. Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, who is the AUC chairperson, Kenya has lost one of its visionary sons, a leader who dedicated his life to the pursuit of justice, democracy, and unity. His legacy will continue to inspire our collective efforts to build a peaceful Africa. Workney Gebehu is the IGAD Executive Secretary, an unwavering Pan-Africanist. He dedicated his life to the pursuit of democracy, justice and unity. His lifelong struggle for freedom and equality inspired generations. We then hear from Ed Barnett, who is the Charge d'Affaires at the British High Commission. His legacy is as a statesman, reformer and champion of democracy will forever resonate across Kenya and beyond. Henriette Geiger, who is the EU ambassador to Kenya, he dedicated his life to fight for Kenya and has been an iconic leader through the decades. His legacy will live on. Cyril Ramaphosa, who is the president of South Africa. The nation of Kenya and our continent have lost a patriotic and selfless leader whom I knew and worked with as a friend and brother. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who is the WHO Director General. I am deeply saddened to learn about the passing of our dear brother Raila Odinga. My deepest condolences to his friends and family and to Kenya. So this is the cross-section of the kind of people that knew about the influence that Raila Odinga had, not just in Kenya, but indeed around the world. And even as we look at these stories in pictures, pictures, they tell 1,000 words, don't they? There he is with former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, and they're there holding hands in the way in which they often would, dressed similarly at the Festac festival in Kisumu. There he is with former president, the late Mwai Kibaki, with former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan and Her Excellency Graça Machel and His Excellency Benjamin Kappa during the peace mediation in Nairobi. There he is with former Senator for Baringo Gideon Moi visiting former President, the late Daniel Arap Moi. And there, of course, is President William Ruto with now his widow, Ida Odinga, and his brother, Oburu Oginga, in Karen yesterday. And there he is lifting the Bible, being sworn in as the people's president next to Miguna Miguna and TJ Kajwang, with Obama, with Charles Jonjo. And there he is, a great photo in Kibera in 1992, casting his vote. And there he is with his wife at her birthday celebration. And the stories go on and on and on in pictures. There are not enough pages to capture the pictures that would tell the story of Raila Odinga.
Well, it's going to be... you're trying to unpack the events that from yesterday, then you're looking at today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We are going to squeeze in so much emotions, so much preparations, planning going into then his interment on Sunday.
Yep.
And just trying to track the flight that then is bringing his remains back into the country. And from what happened then last night, his body then was moved from Kerala, and the remains were flown from Kochi to Mumbai by a special Indian Air Force aircraft. That's how much they honored him, even at the point of his death there. And the remains were received by a high-level delegation from Kenya, deputed by President William Ruto and headed by Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Musalia Mudavadi, and so many other people. The government of India, represented by Kerala Governor, laying flowers on behalf of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other officials from the Indian government, then just to see that everything is seamless. And they only had 2 hours landing in Mumbai and making all these things happen very fast and then flying back. And we were seeing those images and the videos of the delegation from Kenya aboard KQ flight to Mumbai, and you're looking at people, and I was looking at, for example, Senator Sifuna, so dejected, crying, and he has time and time again said he's a child of Raila Odinga.
Yes, this is one of his sons.
He got into politics because of him, and it's the same story. If everyone will be allowed to eulogize Raila Odinga, he had an impact on each and every one of them.
That's true.
You know,
that's true, for sure. And it's going to be a very, very many interesting days. And as we come to the top of the hour, let me just share with you then, of course, what we know in terms of details of what will happen. Yes. His body will arrive in Nairobi 8:30 a.m. It'll probably then leave the airport.
8:30, 9:30.
Yeah, between 8:30 to 9:30.
Yeah.
The body will be received by President William Ruto and family members. So between 12 noon and 5 p.m., after having gone to the Lee Funeral Home, the body will be moved to Parliament Buildings for public viewing. The body will then be moved to Lee Funeral Home again after that. All right? So that happens today. And then tomorrow, 8 a.m., there will be a state funeral service at the Nyamweya Stadium. Dignitaries and VVIPs will be expected. The body will be moved to the Karen home for Raila Odinga for an overnight stay. Saturday morning, the body then leaves for Kisumu. 9 to 3 p.m., there will be a public viewing, and the body will leave Kisumu by road to Bondo for an overnight stay. The burial of Raila Odinga will take place in Bondo, according to the traditions of the Anglican Church of Kenya, which we know he was a member of with his family for a long time. So that's what it looks like. Of course, more details in terms of exactly how this will happen, we'll be sharing with you as we go through the hour. Let's go and continue with these conversations as we come into them. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Obaga. The remains of ODM leader Raila Odinga arrive at the JKIA this morning at around 9:30 a.m. aboard a Kenya Airways flight from Mumbai, India. President William Ruto is expected to lead government officials in receiving the body that will then be transferred to Lee Funeral Home for preparation. Raila will then be taken to Parliament to lie in state to enable the public to view the body.
We have been advised as a committee by the family that it was the wish of the Honorable Raila Odinga to be buried within the shortest time possible following his demise. After the public viewing of the body in Parliament tomorrow, the body will return to Lee Funeral Home. On Friday, from 8 a.m., there will be a state funeral service of the late Honorable Raila Odinga at Nyamweya Stadium. And this state funeral service is expected to be attended by dignitaries and VVIPs.
In the evening, the body is expected to be taken for an overnight stay at his Karen home. According to Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, the co-chair of the burial committee, it was the wish of Honorable Raila Odinga to be laid to rest within 72 hours of his passing. However, given that his demise occurred outside the country, certain logistical considerations and formalities will understandably affect these timelines.
We have been advised as a committee by the family that it was the wish of the Honorable Raila Odinga to be buried within the shortest time possible following his demise, and the family has informed this committee that timeline is 72 hours. The family has also advised the committee that given that the Prime Minister died outside the country, and notwithstanding the very short period within which this process must be concluded, we are advised that the family and tax committee will give respect to the wishes of the late Prime Minister as far as possible.
Meanwhile, Parliament has set aside today from 10 a.m. as a special session for members of Parliament to make statements of condolence for the ODM leader. Speaker Moses Wetangula said MPs will use the opportunity to remember Odinga for his great contribution to Kenyan politics since he was an MP, minister and even Prime Minister. In addition, MPs and all staff of the Parliament buildings have been encouraged to wear black to mark the mourning.
Following the presidential proclamation issued today, 15th October 2025, regarding the passing on of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga EGH, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A and C, 31, 1, 97 and 259D, this House resolves to 1. Hold a morning sitting on Thursday, 16th October 2025, commencing at 10 a.m. 2. Adjourn until tomorrow, Thursday, 16th October 2025 at 10 a.m. 3. Extend its afternoon sitting time tomorrow, Thursday, 16th October 2025 to 2:30 p.m. until midnight.
And National Parents Association, on behalf of parents and their learners in the country, have sent their condolences to the family of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Association Chairman Silas Obuhatsa has said that Raila will be remembered by all Kenyans for his great achievements that loudly speak out for themselves. He added that Kenya has lost a true leader who can hardly be replaced. That's the News Wire. I'm Leo Baga, and remember to continue enjoying the EPL matches across our radio stations, that is Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on SpiceFM.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Mimi, Raila Odinga.
That was the former Prime Minister. To the world, he was a statesman. But to many in the country, he was simply Baba. However, for his diehard followers in Luo Nyanza and the country at large, he was a bearer of many titles.
Aguambo, Sigurman, Joey, Tinga, Wolpin, Namato Gwandra, Mono, Yakom, Mutmi, Simba, Baba, Simba, Aguambo.
And now the enigma marks the end of what can only be called the chronicles of an unforgettable era.
Jesse forward march. Jesse about turn. Jesse fire. Vijana fire.
Raila Odinga's time in Kenyan politics was anything but predictable.
We are unavoidable. You are unavoidable.
He was the master of mobilization, a maestro of momentum, who turned politics into performance arts.
Raila tibim, Agwambo tibim, Tinga tibim, Mundo Tialala.
He did not just campaign, he commanded and roared. With fire in his mouth,
Vijana we,
and prophecy in his tone.
Anapiga firimbi, na mpira umeanza. Wanaanza na mpira, hiyo ni wana Jubilee. Naona kama pale Mariga amechukua mpira amempatia Ruto. Arabu Mashamba na mpira. Na mpira Arabu Mashamba. Anampatia Musalia. Musalia amempatia Walo. Walo na mpira. Anampatia Wetangula. Wetangula na mpira. Anampatia Butishi. Butishi na mpira. Anampatia Butishi. Anampatia mpira Mtutishi. Amempatia Mariga. McDonald Mariga na mpira na shoot. Lakini goalkeeper Mama Anu Waiguru amenasa mpira bila wasiwasi.
He promised a new land, Canaan.
Tunaenda Canaan. Tumefika kwa mto Jordan. Sasa tunashika mamba. Tunavuka mto Jordan. Tunaingia Canaan. Mko tayari? Tulikuwa tuambia watu wetu tunaenda Canaan. Lakini tulipofika kwa mto Jordan tukapata mamba pale.
When Raila declared, it felt biblical. and politics transformed into an exodus. He was always a poet.
Tendo hili mchana na usiku amekaa pale ananing'inia anakula tu.
The election season was his stage. Riddles were his rhythm, and mystery his melody, leaving crowds gazing and laughing.
Siku yake ni 40. Pilipili soila ya kuwasheni.
He understood the power of music, the anthem, the drum beat, the gospel in chorus.
Nataka kutuma ujumbe kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Nasema Uhuru Kenyatta, wacha bla bla bla. Bla 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 staki kusikia. Simba social weso mamba. Yangu inatosha kujigamba. Sina maneno kwenye kanga. Kazi juu ya kazi yani bamba tu bamba. And when the beat dropped, Baba danced like the ballot depended on it. He moved with purpose, grooved with conviction, and believed in the unstoppable force of reggae. Nobody can stop reggae.
Nobody can stop reggae. Nobody.
Whether you loved him or loathed him, one thing was certain: you could never ignore Raila Amolo Odinga.
We must be iron like a lion in Zion.
I'm gonna be iron like a lion in Zion.
He made politics unforgettable, not with chaos, but with charisma, with grace, with a voice that thundered through the valleys.
Gari ya Kenya inatembea bila dereva. Dereva ambaye yuko nakaa pale hajui steering iko wapi. Hajui clutch iko wapi. Hajui accelerator iko wapi. Hajui brake iko wapi. Analala tu.
His politics and way of mobilizing was spectacle, a sermon, and sometimes a riddle wrapped in rhythm.
Sumesema adui wa Kenya ni wanne: ugonjwa, ujinga, umaskini na ufisadi.
That was Raila Amolo Odinga, the man who made politics feel like poetry. Vera Mora, KTN.
Great story in this.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 12 minutes after 7 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Getting into it on this 16th of October, Thursday, a day after we heard the news of the demise of Raila Amolo Odinga. And we continue with those conversations this morning, even as we say, may he rest in peace. We'll go through times where those who strategically, politically, family-wise, friendship-wise, dealt with him, were in his same space, and we'll have those conversations this morning to remember the man who touched Kenya and indeed who touched the world. We see this from the different messages that come from north, east, west and south, whether it's of the continent, whether it's of the globe. Those are coming in and they keep trickling in, and so we will have those conversations with those people as often as we can over the next couple of days. And right now, joining us in the studio, we have two gentlemen who, Strategic Communications Advisor Dr. Barak Muluka is here with us this morning. Dr. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Karibu sana. Thanks for being here this morning. Tony Gashoka is also the former Director of Protocol Office of the Prime Minister, of course, dealing directly with Raila Odinga. He's here as well this morning. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, and poleni kwa Wakenya, kuna kwa familia ya hayati Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga.
Indeed. Karibu sana. Thank you for joining us today as we go through this. Many things are happening at the moment, and it's interesting because even then we still have a proverb, and it's interesting to hear what it is today. We've been in Liberia, And Dennis, you want to share that with us? We'd like to hear what you think.
Well, I'll go straight to the proverb from Liberia. Teeth and tongue can fight, but they will never stop working together to eat.
TG, if you want to become the governor of Nairobi, I think you should take a first shot about teeth and tongue.
Yes, I would simply say that, the way in which things work in unison is part of order. So that actually biologically in creation, the human being was also created with organs that have to be in sync. So that the teeth are chewing while the tongue is turning the food. In cows, they do carding, where there is a very sophisticated unison. It's almost like a value chain. What comes in is chewed, turned, then swallowed. I think it's all about harmony. It's all about doing things correctly in order that you actually chew and swallow successfully. So I look at it more like a success of coordination, success of using the same tools to achieve the same goal by having a proper synced operation of some kind or the other. So, for example, if you're driving a car, you know where the hazard is, you where the gearbox and where the brakes are, and you look left and right to avoid an accident, to have sync in the things that you do.
I've read somewhere that the enamel in the teeth is the hardest substance in the human body. And the tongue is actually the softest tissue in the human body. Sometimes you need a combination of both the tough and the soft. They may not always work together in harmony. Sometimes the teeth tend to bite the tongue, but in the end they need one another. You probably need both hard skills and soft skills.
Oh, there you go. So at about this time yesterday, we started to hear the rumors, right? And there was chatter about, and even for us in the media and communication space, of course, it was very loud. And maybe a couple of hours later, it was confirmed that Raila Odinga had passed away. Of course, through the day yesterday, we got more details, and it come as a shock, isn't it? They say that one of the only sure things about life is death. But this came as a shock for somebody who's been in Kenya space for the last 40 years. And, of course, many thoughts are going through. And I want to start off with you, Dr. Muluka, and we're going to take reference to a story that's in the Standard this morning. Son of the bull who baffled all, charted his own path and shaped political duels for decades. How do you remember Raila Odinga? It's weird that we are saying a day after his death, we're asking how you remember him. And just 24 hours ago, he's still this enigma.
Yes, I think I need also to acknowledge that I am the brain behind the story that you refer to in the Standard.
It's your story, yeah.
And therefore, to a very great extent, it says what I think. But allow me first to enjoin myself in the messages of condolence to the family of Raila Odinga, Mama Ida, their children, Rosemary, Winnie, and Junior, and the rest of the extended Odinga family, the ODM fraternity, the people of Luo Nyanza at large, and of course the entire African nation, our country, Kenya included. It is the loss of a political giant. Raila Odinga's soulmate rest in eternal peace. Raila was a complex character, a complex entity. I described him once as an institution. You could not quite deal with him as an individual politician. He was an institution, a behemoth of an entity. In terms of things like political parties, we saw that where he moved, that space became a political party. If he moved from Ford Kenya and went into NDP, that little herd of NDP would suddenly become a major political party. And if he migrated with NDP to Kanu, it became New Kanu. And if he moved out of Kanu, he left that entity wounded and staggering. My good friend Tony Gechoka, whom I refer to fondly as TG, is here. And I know that he belongs to Kanu, but he probably will want to admit that Raila Amolo Odinga administered a blow to Kanu that has left it staggering more than 2 decades later. They still stagger on. They probably are going to find their feet again. But such was this person called Raila Odinga. He was a courageous individual, a general who led from the front lines, not a kind of commander in chief who waits in some back room somewhere, in no pun intended, but in a situation room, and commands from there. He would be like King David in the Bible, who is leading his forces from the front line, soaking in tear gas, running into the headwind of live bullets, but believing in that which he thought was right. Never mind, other people may think it is wrong, but he stood firmly by that which he believed in. He was also capable of compromise. However, when he saw the advantages, or thought that he saw the advantages, he was a very colorful political player on this national landscape and beyond. The only regret is that he was that fantastic dribbler who got before the goalmouth and seemed not to know what to do with the ball after that. Very powerful performance, which in the end leads me to summarize him in one sentence as a great man who did great things for his country, but also occasionally made great mistakes. And I think the greatest mistake was the dalliance with the Kenya Kwanza government, which my good friend TG here and the Kanu boss Gideon Moi have also just made. Otherwise, an amazing, mercurial, colorful political operative. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Tony, you worked with Raila Odinga, but beyond working with him, you were his friend.
I loved Raila, and he loved me. And part of this business, Barack, luckily, is not just a friend of mine, but he's one of those Kenyans who actually went to school. So when he speaks not just well, but profoundly. You know, I met Raila in the 90s because at that time, as aspiring journalist, I was working with Jeho Gatabaki, then of the Finance magazine. At that time, there were very few what we call the alternative press. Itobu Imanyara had the Nairobi Law Monthly, and the Weekly Review was a paper that was not as hostile to the state, but was still read among the alternative press. So being a member of the Fourth Estate, the death of Josephat Karanja allowed an opportunity in Githunguri for my publisher to vie. So Jeho Gatabaki vied for Githunguri and won, and then became an MP simply by the vacant seat left by Dr. Karanja. And because of that, Parliament became our home. So he was half a legislator, half a publisher, and I spent many years and months in Parliament. among the people I met in that sojourn was Baba Raila Odinga. We formed a friendship, and beyond Parliament, we started talking about many things, which then led to us joining the Orange Movement, which was a constitutional agitation for a better constitutional framework that later became a political party called the Orange Democratic Movement Kenya. And that party was formed to fight and acquire political power. Now, ironically, when that party was formed, it was taken from Baba by Dan Manzo, who is a regular here. He's the one who engineered it with the late Mutula Kilonzo, and they got the party for Kalonzo Musyoka. So by the time Baba was standing around, he had the movement leader, but there was no party. At that time, the Kikuyus in power, Paul Muite and Kireito Murungi and Murungaro looked for me. And I went to see Muite here on Mombasa Road. There was a place called Chomazon. Uko nyuma, there was a place of Koroga or Indi. He told me, now we have a party called ODM. And this party we registered to split the oranges. Now, if we give it to Baba, he will not believe it. So you take it to Baba, and Baba is going to be very happy. So I called Baba, who was in Kisumu, and we met in secret at JKIA, straight to his current home. So me, Baba, and Ida are sitting, and I'm handing them over ODM with the young lady then called Jane Wangui, who was the Secretary General. She's now a minister at the Sakaja's government. But the long and short of it was ODM was actually handed over by the government of Kibaki to Raila Odinga to split the oranges. So how history is written from then on, Baba and I became comrades. And since that time, he then became the Prime Minister. He appointed Muhammad Izahakia to be the Permanent Secretary, Karuri Omondi to be the Chief of Staff, and then Tony Gashoka to be the Director of Protocol. And for then on, we, for many years, remained not just friends, but colleagues. And so I worked with Mzee on a day-to-day basis. And so here falls a giant of this nation, and he may now be in heaven, but what he's going to live here, I think for me, one of the highlights of Raila Odinga's life is his role in the constitutional dispensation, for which he was so passionate, that the fight from a single-party state to a multi-party state, and the attendant constitutional growth that the country has. If anybody knew Raila, would probably say that that is what he would say was his biggest achievement, that this country has a 2010 constitution, and in it a Bill of Rights, and in it a multi-party democratic state.
Well, the president yesterday, Barack, was swift to do a number of things. And one of those was to declare that there would be a state funeral for Raila Odinga. This speaks volumes in terms of not how an individual views him, but how the nation, the continent, the world views him. You don't give a state funeral just to anybody. And beyond the words, or maybe what Kenyans would want, what impact, what meaning does that bear on really how Raila Odinga was revered, or how he was seen?
It is both the right thing to do and the expedient thing to do. I'll dispose of the expedient thing to do first. The passing on of Raila Odinga throws President William Ruto's plans and thoughts about a second term into a spin. Is basically in a quagmire, and he will be thinking about how to reorder things within that space of Luo Nyanza, especially where we have been hearing the clarion call of 2 terms coming from in a very profound sense. And so there's a sense in which President William Ruto would want to perpetuate himself in that region and within that community, and he must do things that edify the memory of Raila Odinga in his passing, and particularly how this final journey and the exit is done. And I think he's doing very, very well. We have seen that he has dispatched a team to India, which we are told should be arriving within the next 2 hours, perhaps.
Actually, they entered Somalia a few hours ago. They're almost crossing through Ethiopia. I'm just following the flight right now.
Yes.
So in the next 2 hours, like you've rightly put, then they should be landing at JKIA.
They should be landing at JKIA. And we've seen that they're going to make their way all the way to State House itself, and which is the one address that very correctly belonged to Raila Odinga, but which he never quite got to become the principal resident. TG has told us about how they made that effort. There are those who, within their heart of hearts, like myself, believe very firmly that Raila Odinga won the 2007
general election,
presidential
election,
and it was taken away from him. I'm a little surprised that it was taken away from him by those who gave him the party on whose ticket he ran. Thank you, TG, for that anecdote. We will be pursuing it further in scholarly environments to establish its wider significance. But I think that tells you the story of this towering figure, a man who suffered for this country. He was detained for an accumulative just under 10-year period. A man who was forced to flee to the frigid exile of the global north because of standing up for his country. An individual whom, as we have said, was fired at with live bullets. An individual whose health got compromised on account of the kind of attrition that successive...
In fact, I can talk a bit about that. You know, Mzee for a very long time had a problem with his eyes. In fact, if you noticed, he would always have a hanky because he kept tearing on the eye, and this was some of the horrific injuries he got when in incarceration. And then the back, his back was because, the lodgings in the cells for 8 years are really hard on the back, and for very many years, and I don't know whether you know how discs in the back can really, and so for a very long time, Mzee was really in pain through the back and went several times to hospital in Dubai to try and get that rectified. In Dubai, there are these now German hospitals, European hospitals that are docile there. So you actually don't have to go to Europe to get that kind of care. And then finally, Mzee for a long time was suffering from diabetes. And I understand that at some point now, in the last 2-3 months, the diabetes was getting out of hand. And there could have been some problems with his kidneys. And perhaps when the medical reports come out, part of what actually led to the deteriorating health could have been some of the organs being affected by some of the chronic issues that he was battling over the years, which was not at all helped by his incarceration. I may also want here to send my condolences, as Barack did, to Mama Ida and her children, Rosemary, Winnie, and Junior. Of course, the brother Oburu Odinga, the sister Ruth, and Ambassador Menya. All of them should get from the Situation Room our condolences and wishing them, God's comfort as they deal with this.
Very as well.
Exactly. Very, very hard time for them.
Indeed.
So I hope they will get the grace and courage to bear.
People at large want to then be able to experience these last moments when they are able to say a goodbye and greet the the fallen Raila Odinga, and they'll get an opportunity to do that. News just coming to us is that tomorrow, the 17th of October, has been declared a public holiday, and so we know that there will be throngs of people also then being able to look at pictures coming in, and that you'll be able to get on KTN as well of the preparations that are being made for Raila Odinga then to be brought from JKIA. He will then, I believe, have some preparations done at Lee Funeral Home, and then he will go on to Parliament, where there will be public viewing until about 5 p.m. this afternoon. Just speak to that in terms of what it does for people to then be able to go to Parliament buildings and say a goodbye, and then be able to, sleep over in Karen tonight, for people to then be able to say goodbye and then to move on to Kisumu, where obviously there is a large following or constituent of people who would not see this as proper if they didn't get a chance to.
Maybe as Barack deals with that, I want to quickly just squeeze in credentials of Baba that are global. I mean, just yesterday night I got a call from Ambassador Michael Randberger, who was, for the period Raila was Prime Minister, the U.S. Ambassador to Kenya. And which I shared with SpiceFM some of the letter that he had written as a message of condolences. And in it, he was acknowledging Raila Odinga's role in helping solve the post-election violence that had rocked this country. And I can give you the insight of that was at the point where things had reached a point where the country was actually not stopping at all. Mzee Raila was invited to the U.S. Embassy, and I accompanied him. And Randberger intervened by calling Barack Obama. And this was a lot of work behind the scenes that then led to talking to Kofu, who was then the head of the African Union, was the first step for him to come to see if at all there could be any mediation. When Kofu came, he proposed Cyril Ramaphosa, and that was unacceptable to Mwai Kibaki. And again, then another name was brought, that of Kofi Annan. So it is that discussion where the Americans were very involved in looking for a mediator that eventually Mwai Kibaki felt comfortable with Kofi Annan and Baba Raila Odinga as well. But the point that Randberger was making in this letter was there was a lot of give and take, and Raila then demonstrated that he was ready to give and take, and for talks under Kofi Annan to begin in earnest, and that brought into a new chapter, the new government of national unity that was to be born of the Annan talks. Barack, maybe.
Yeah. So I mean, just as I thought about that question also to you, Barack, I think about yesterday, and before 11 p.m., the country had erupted, and in different pockets, whether you went from Kericho to Kisumu to Kakamega to here in Nairobi, different parts of the city, Outer Ring, Langata, coming in from Syokimau, Mlolongo, everybody was pouring into the streets, essentially, to mourn this. And so there's no question of the impact that this man had on Kenya.
Yes, at this age, having had the great grace to begin gravitating towards the seventh floor, I have witnessed many passings. Unfortunately, you have to witness passings. And the passing on of Raila Odinga knocks us breathless. It reminds us of the passing of Jomo Kenyatta in 1978. I was a 20-year-old youth. We couldn't believe that Jomo Kenyatta had passed on. He was one of those persons who, in our minds, we had made bigger than life. Such people don't die. They probably don't die. That's why so many decades later we are still talking about them. Raila Odinga belongs to that class of people. And of course, two or so other passings, perhaps because of the trauma that informed them, would be that of J.M. Kariuki. As a young man in high school, I recall again the shock and awe in 1975 in the month of March. The passing on of Ronald Ngala in 1972, again, how it shocked us as a nation. And of course, I still remember where I was in 1969 in July when we heard that a great man had stopped a bullet in the streets of Nairobi, and that was the passing on of Tom Mboya. There have been others which we cannot minimize by any sense of imagination. But this particular passing on belongs into those spaces of exceptional shock and awe, and we have got to come to terms with them. There's a sense in which we people from the Lake Basin, and not from the Lake Basin, which covers basically the Luo, Luhya, and Kisii people, we have a certain way in which we bring closure to the demise of one of our own, particularly a giant of this magnitude. We are expressive, we cry, we find catharsis, we find peace in doing all manner of things. So we were telling Luo, Luhya youth to go easy. Some of them were already in the streets, in the southern bypass, demonstrating, attempting to throw objects. Traditionally, people would even be cutting down banana plantations, they would be cutting trees, they would be in all manner of ecstasy. It's a way of achieving catharsis and coming to terms with the ugly reality that this particular individual is no longer with us. And it is a practice which I think has spread everywhere in the country as a factor of social and cultural contagion. And people will come out to be very expressive, to cry. Traditionally, there were people in this country, communities, that did not even have a look at a dead body, human remains.
I have a message for President William Ruto, and I also have a message for the family and the party of ODM. This is a moment where presidential balance, presidential etiquette is going to be fully tested. Raila Odinga, an enigma of Kenyan politics, is beyond the broad-based government. He's beyond the confines of the Orange Democratic Movement that I gifted to him. He is beyond Luo Nyanza, where he was born, and he is beyond the greater region of Western Kenya, where he hails from. Raila Odinga has become an icon in Kenya because he personifies and embodies the nationhood of Kenya. There are very few people born on this soil that carry to heaven the credentials that my brother Raila Amolo Odinga has and has with him, those of a selfless struggle, that of a people driven, a people's president, a people's hero. He is in death a hero as he can never have been in life. And I would want to urge the government and those who are planning this funeral to make it a moment that has the stature and character of nationhood, and not that he was mine or he was yours, because he was ours. And I remember at the death of Princess Diana and the mood in England, above even the monarchy itself, they came up with the People's Princess. And Diana was buried by the people of England until they even sang a song for her that they were called The Flower of England. And so I would want today to remind Kenyans that some of my deepest memory with Raila Odinga was sitting with people you'd never thought he would sit with. I had a lovely, lovely session with Raila and the late Charles Jonjo.
Right.
He loved Charles Jonjo, and they came from opposite temporal positions in policy. But Raila had this ability, even when he attended the funeral of President Moi, who was his jailer and who had put him in incarceration. Raila would actually never stand and speak of his pain or suffering. He had this ability to shake hands that you never thought he would. He shook the hand of Moi and became KANU Secretary General. He shook the hand of Mwai Kibaki and formed the National Unity Government. He shook the hand of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and they became partners in the last election in Azimio. He then shook recently the hand of William Samoei Ruto in what we are now talking about, a broad-based government.
That's interesting, Tony, that you say that, because and also to kind of bring you in, because we could speak to the character that he was then able to come off what may have been envisioned as a high horse and say, well, I can accommodate this because I'm not doing it for me, that I'm doing it for Kenya. And that whereby a number of folks would have been able to castigate him and say that you shook hands because you wanted to see what was in it for you. But that's interesting in terms of a perspective that you bring in here, that he may have been with the shorter end of the stick, but said, you know what, let me shake hands with you. He went and saw former President Moi, whom he probably would have accorded a lot of the suffering that both of you allude to in terms of his incarceration at some point, but went and shook hands with him, sat with him in the final days, and, you know, essentially mended fences, shook hands with him. And then in an election which, according to you, again, he most evidently won, but was able to shake hands with an individual, of course, through the help of the likes of Benjamin Kappa and the late Kofi Annan, but still was able to shake hands and said, okay, for Kenya, let's move on. And then still, again, came and shook hands with Uhuru Kenyatta and said, for Kenya, let's shake hands and move on. And did the same thing with Ruto to an extended degree. Was it for Kenya? Does it speak to a man who was able to say, I feel rotten, and with a human perspective, I wouldn't even imagine to shake your hand. But for Kenya, I'm going to shake hands.
First, I think he always had the longer end of the stick. The other persons may occupy the seat of power, having gotten there through whichsoever machinations they employed to get there, but Raila Odinga always had the longer end of the stick, and whenever he got into those spaces, there's a very significant sense in which we must admit that he placed the country above the self. If he didn't want to place the country above the self, he would have gone the Jonas Savimbi way. Indeed, in 2017-2018, I was quite close. So we had the entity that we called NASA, and the people were waiting. Actually, they believed that Raila Odinga would lead them in a march to State House, to mount a siege on State House and evict President Uhuru Kenyatta. But that was not what he had in mind. He didn't want to take the country the DRC way, the Central African Republic way. He thought that he could find a mechanism for rapprochement with those who occupied the seat of power. And with the exception, because I think we must say the truth, we are documenting as we sit here and talk. We are documenting and packaging this information for fraternity. So I must say this, that with the exception of the dalliance with the Kenya Kwanza government, Raila Odinga took the high values that he represented into those spaces. And within those spaces, we were able as a nation to enjoy gain, social gain, economic gain, political gain. With Moi The thought of reviewing the constitution in spite of the checkered path that it took was born in earnest. With President Mwai Kibaki, there was enormous economic growth, but the greatest pick of the basket was the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and which constitution's benefits Kenyans enjoy up to this moment. The fact that we can assemble here around this equipment and reflect and ventilate is not something that is to be taken for granted. With President Uhuru Kenyatta, the country was restored from the brink of disaster. With President William Ruto, I will reserve my comments for now, except to observe that it has been unmitigated disaster. Bad, poor finishing.
I wanted to say that Raila Odinga was a flawed man. I also want to be clear so that there is a fair balance in history. Among the most challenging part of Raila Odinga's history was the political support for the coup d'etat of 1982, where various elements of the armed air force attempted to overthrow then, in a military coup, the government of the late President Moi. And history is, not really clear as to which role everybody played. But that's what led to the 8 years or so of detention that surrounded Raila Odinga as Moi became more and more paranoid after the attempted coup and began to assert more and more authoritarian rule. The other issue is on the failed election campaign of Azimio. I myself went to see Raila Odinga at his office at Capitol Hill. In fact, I was accompanied by my friend Maina. And the reason of going to see my friend Raila was to tell him the Kikuyu community is not boarding. This idea that you have Martha Karua with you, it may look very good on paper, but I'm telling you, this thing is not working. I told Mzee myself that something here is going on, and I urged him not to let go of Musalia Mudavadi before the earthquake. I really said you need to retain the NASA arsenal, and you need not believe that this Mount Kenya quest is going to come to you. And if history of Raila will ever be written, it will also be the fascination he has with the Mount Kenya. And for the up 10th time, they never come to him. I do not know whether people say it is language, whether people say it is culture. Since the separation of Jaramogi and Jomo Kenyatta in 1960s that led to the little general election of 1967, the Luo nation and the Kikuyu nation have pretended, have masqueraded that somehow they love each other and come together. But deep down there, it's more competitive than AFC.
Till now?
Versus Gor Mahia. Because look, it is just... You test it. I mean, it has been tested in 5 elections. And every time you go to Mount Kenya, they have this word they used to use against Baba. And I don't want to say it here now. But they would use that word, and it seems to have got into the ethos. So one of the things that Baba may have regretted the most is never to have cracked the mountain. He used to tell me, Tinga Tinga, itapanda mulima. And of all the other achievements he had always wanted to go there. And I think with Martha Karua and SK Macharia and that brigade, he thought actually this time he can climb the mountain. So history will be written as to what happened and how William Ruto became the darling of Mount Kenya. Maybe he learned many Christian hymns.
In light of what you've said, I'm curious to find out from both of you. It's difficult to talk about Raila Odinga in the past. It's still very fresh. To talk about the life that he lived, because, like Luke said, well, he embraced the establishment, and though in many circumstances it would appear very controversial, and those who then looking at what you'd call his colossus of politics for decades, There are moments where people admired him, the moments people feared, the moments where people misunderstood Raila Odinga. But also, as he fought within, he also was pursuing continental ambitions. And even as a lot of people say his domestic star, like papers have written, started to dim. And you said you don't want to get into the details of now his arrangement in the broad-based government. But I'm curious to find out, what gap has he left? Because a lot, many politicians have already spoken and said they're actually his sons. He mentored them. A lot of them got into positions of power and politics because Raila Odinga held their hands and said, I endorse this person. Now he's not there as Baba. Describe the kind of gap that he has now left.
Certainly, when the great Okoh tree falls, it's difficult to replace it with another one. There must be others which have been growing. We will be asking the question, where are the suckers from the great banana plantation? And I think that they are there. If you want to see where your tomorrow will be, look at the young people around you, the people you have brought up. And I think that Raila Odinga's cubs are ready to pounce. Look not at his age mates or those who would be within the age set as he is, because those would be material for retirement, basically. I will not look at my teacher, Professor Peter Anyang Nyong'o, who, as you are aware, at some point with my brother TG here, they went in different directions. They had Charity Ngilu and so on, Jim Orengo. I'll not talk about those ones because I think the distance ahead of them politically is much shorter than the distance that they have traveled. They belong more to people who are going to be remembered for what they have done rather than what they have yet to do. But when you look at the likes of Edwin Sifuna, you look at the likes of Babu Owino, and you look at the likes of Caleb Amisi, these are people who embrace and embody the original Raila Odinga spirit. Even some of us who are much older than the Sifunas, than the Babu Owinos, there are certainly lessons that we picked up from Raila Odinga. Hence, our ability to look at the truth in the eye and call it by its name, to look at the lie in its eye and call it also by its name. And it should not surprise me that in the coming days, President William Ruto will be making overtures towards the Sifunas, the Babu Winos, the Caliber Misses, trying to restabilize his table. How far he will succeed, I don't know. But the seed that Odinga, Raila Amolo has planted, which is an ideological seed, is alive and well.
Obviously, we see the country completely different on this, Barack, Muluka and I, because this issue of Babu Wino is always brought everywhere, and this man can't even be elected an MP. You know, he was elected because he had Luya votes, he had Kamba votes, Kisi votes. If you go to Embakasi North, his makeup of his constituency was because Baba was the captain of a wider team. He was not elected as Babu Wino. You spoke, I didn't interrupt you.
About being
I'm just making the point that it is important to look back at what ODM was. ODM was, for the last 5 elections, in coalitions. It was in COD, it was before that Pentagon, before that it then became NASA, it became Azimio. So candidates who were elected under the banner, and Baba was very careful to brand a team. Many candidates who are elected, not just Babu Wino, many across the country were elected because of that plus game.
But isn't that the thing, Tony? Sorry.
I'm just being brief.
I get it. Sorry, but I just want to ask a question. Isn't that the thing, though, that we're saying that because of that mentorship for certain people who call themselves his sons.
Yes.
He was able to foster the environment under which specific gentlemen that we see today.
I was just finishing because I don't want to get into the argument. What you see, for example, Sakaja. If you were to argue that there is a son of Baba in Nairobi, it would be Sakaja. Now, we don't have...
Or more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He had more sons.
Yeah, and so on.
I think I'll come in here.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll come in here. Odinga Raila Amolo had more sons. Some sons have towered above the others. In the end, it's not a question of whether Babu Wino can be elected, whether he's electable or not. I'm talking more about the ideological orientation, the ideological seed that Raila Amolo Odinga has planted. And it is an ideological seed that has germinated and that will continue to flourish. If it is about being elected, Raila Odinga himself tried 5 times to be president. And he did not get...
it is not what I'm saying.
He did not get elected. But that notwithstanding, his towering influence remains. I think that's the kind of...
I just want to be very clear.
The kind of
starting
that I'm talking about. Thank you.
You know, starting from President William Ruto, including Barack Muluka, nobody knows what this nuclear bomb is going to do. Raila Odinga's death has completely destabilized the entire current situation in Kenya Kwanza. It has destabilized the Nairobi politics. It has destabilized Nyanza politics. In this issue that because Mzee is there, that there will be some order, that somebody somewhere we can pinpoint is coming. There is total chaos. The chaos will emerge because even in ODM, before Mzee died, there were already forces in ODM pulling one way or the other. There will be ODM leadership fights. There will be realignments in Kenya Kwanza, where Baba occupies such a space. Who's going to fill that space? Already as we speak, he was telling me, KANU chairman Gideon Moi has joined the Kenya Kwanza regime. How will that augur with the rest of ODM or Musalia Mudavadi and the rest? How will that be rearranged? How will this death affect the by-elections? So all I am saying is that I don't think there is one person. That person, you can say, oh, that guy might inherit Baba because he's from Luo Nyanza. It might be Ali Hassan Joho.
Okay, so maybe
it might be somebody completely outside the Luo Nyanza.
So can I ask you then, Tony? Because the truth is that Raila Odinga did adopt many sons, and they will speak to that. We'll hear it. We've heard it. And there are many names, even within Nairobi. Edwin Sifuna, Babu Owino,
Tony Gashoka, Johnson Sakaja.
Yes,
but that speaks to. We forgot Tony. Does this not speak to
Tony Gashoka?
Sure.
Yes.
So does this not speak to the fostering nature of him, or are we saying that he had? Are you saying that he had hangers-on who maybe would learn from his political prowess, but they would not pick anything to go towards leadership? Or are we just saying that yes, there are many people today who, with his loss, when we saw visibly the pain that Edwin Sifuna is going through, we saw that, and these are folks that he mentored, that they would look up to him and say, okay, this is a path that he's charted, we can follow in it. Do we not have many examples of those young people, men and women, in Kenya today?
They are there, and we are going to be seeing them in the coming days. We saw that already some of them were even saying no to him. And one of the things that he excelled in was knowing when to say no. And the fact that within that circle, there are people who learned to say no to him, and whenever they occupied public space together, he would tell you, when you hear Edwin Sifuna speaking, that is the position of ODM. And there are others, and I don't doubt that TG could be one of them. Indeed, he's one of them. Historically, I have seen him within that space. We have had many conjunctures and disjunctures of thought, but certainly, TJ, the very fact that you are here, and the very fact that we talk about these things, and the fact that you aspire to occupy political leadership within the elected landscape is an indication that Raila Odinga has had political sons and daughters. There will be sibling competition within that space in the coming days, but they are there. He did a great job.
I would agree, and I would also want to add another thing which is important of how Raila grew. Raila used to tell me that he had a principle called the fisher of men. And he would actually, he's very good at singing, fisher of men, fisher of men, and so on. And when we were at Light Note, he would always remind me about the need to add, plus not minus, adding to make sure that the coalitions are stronger. And one of the challenges he's going to leave with him gone, is who has that stature to actually bring in 7-8 communities, people.
They will have to compete. You guys will have to compete. Remember the competition in Fort Kenya. Remember the competition between Raila Odinga and Akinyi Oile, the Baghdad boys, the Talibans in Kisumu every Friday those days. There's going to be a bit of rapture before someone then towers above the rest.
Yeah, and I was very happy when I was thinking about this today as I was coming, because it reminds me of a conversation that we had with Mzee during the Orange Democratic Movement election, because this is a time when Kalonzo had gone with ODMK and nobody knew about ODM. As I told you, when we got it to Mzee, we held it as a secret. So he did not want to let go of that information until a certain time. And I told him, government has given me ODM so that we split the orange. And he says, no, that is very good, because if that is what they've done, they are going to be surprised that it will not work. And when he actually launched ODM, it became such a big movement that ODM Kenya fizzled out. So that Mzee had this ability that even if it was a plan of the state to kind of have more oranges in order to split the Orange Democratic Movement, he was able to transcend that, overcome that by his own personality and political force. That ODM became a movement that nobody today talks about ODM Kenya. And that's the force of politics that we have lost, the giant we've lost. Therefore, him within the ranks of Winston Churchill. I've said here before what I wrote in my dissertation, that if there was no Hitler, who would have been Churchill? I wonder if there had been no dictatorships in this country, I wonder whether Raila would be Raila. But I also want to say, among the giants who have gone, Mandela, Mahatma Gandhi, Kenya's own Raila Odinga will go into the annals of history as a man who carried beyond the call of his duty. He, on the broad shoulders, he carried a nation and brought in the ideals and left to us one of the best written constitutions across the continent, across the world. And in that constitution endears and lives the spirit of the Kenyan people, one indivisible people in a republic, and that says that the sovereignty is with the people.
Indeed.
So if we remember Raila, let his name be well shrouded in the 2010 Constitution.
Barack, even as we come to a head of this conversation, and I know that there will be very many conversations in the next coming days. I mean, even after we look at the funeral that will take place and the mourning that, so rightly should happen, there will be political conversations that come into the future. And of course, for us to continue to talk about them is absolutely necessary. One thing that strikes me is the traction on a global scale that Raila Odinga has had. And we can see this from the pouring out that started yesterday and is likely to continue into time. I think of my former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, and the tight friendship that they had. I think of the folks of Hichilema, who was one of the first to send out messages yesterday. Modi, a very good friend of his, and rules an entire subcontinent, but recognizes the impact that this man had in Kenya. And we're just looking at folks from Kofi Annan, that he was a very good friend of, Thabo Mbeki and Cyril Ramaphosa, who they've had tight relations with. And they all remember this man not just as a statesman, but somebody they would call a dear friend. Can we not forget that kind of traction that he had?
A political giant who is emblematic of the global space that the Kenyan nation has had the potential to occupy, but which we have not occupied. We got off well as a nation. We were the El Dorado of East Africa, the place to go. In the 80s, we used to brag that we were a shining star in a dark night. We were an island of peace in an ocean of turbulence. We were the continental role model. And although our collective fortunes as a nation may have dwindled owing to more dwarfed kind of leadership, some kind of political dwarfism in recent years, we still must take solace in the fact that we have had individuals like Raila Odinga, and if we should urge ourselves to embrace the kind of values and principles they stood for, then we still stand a good chance to occupy that respected space on the global landscape.
On the global landscape. I mean, these next couple of days will definitely be ones to watch, and also as the nation mourns the loss of Raila Odinga and the conversations that will come out as a result of that. You've alluded to the same, Tony Gashoka, as you have Dr. Maluka. We'll see that. I will be here in the meantime.
So as a goodbye, I want to say goodbye, my friend, Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Rest in peace, Baba. The life of the dead is placed in the memory of the living. To live in the hearts we leave behind is not to die. The song is ended, but the melody lingers on. Rest in eternal peace, Mzee.
Tony Gashoka, Dr. Barak Maluka, thank you so much for being here this morning. And we'll continue with these conversations in the future. It's 9 minutes past 8 o'clock. We'll continue after this. Don't go away.
Sunday.
In the weeks leading up to the death of former Prime Minister and the Orange Democratic Movement Party leader Raila Odinga's death announcement, speculations on the state of his health took over social media after former DP Rigathi Gachagua made controversial remarks on his health.
A leader is a human being and you can get unwell. So there is nothing so big about somebody's health, whether you are a leader or not.
In response, his wife Ida Odinga, his brother Oburu Odinga, the ODM party and its members of parliament, as well as his secretariat, dismissed the remarks as malicious and politically motivated, but asked Kenyans to pray for him. Fast forward to Wednesday, October 15th, President William Ruto announces the veteran politician's demise while undergoing treatment, with no information on the cause of his death. However, sources within the family say he collapsed during a morning exercise after undergoing a surgery.
Hawakutuambia baba ni mgonjwa. Hawakusema tungejaribu dawa ya kienyeji.
Hatujaambiwa kama baba ni mgonjwa. Kama angekuwa mgonjwa si tungeambiwa wa Kenya, Raila wenu huyu ni mgonjwa. Tungemwombea. Na hata kama angekufa tungesema jamani tuliambiwa Raila ni mgonjwa.
Tunajiuliza, tunataka tujibiwe. Ilikuwa ni aje ili akufie huko?
Having been in Kenya's political limelight for over 4 decades, Raila has never been shy of sharing his medical status. Winfrey Owino, KTN.
At 77 years, Raila Odinga robustly stands tall among the pack of those seeking to succeed President Uhuru Kenyatta, hoping to bag the prize christened the Fifth. For years now, he has straddled the country's political scene like a colossus, carrying with him different tags, from a champion for reforms, a multi-party hero, a social democrat, and to some, a perennial presidential poll contestant, given that he will be making his 5th stab at the presidency. Odinga is known for his abrasive brand of politics that has earned him the moniker Tinga, meaning the bulldozer, a daring man who has never shied away from stretching the establishment to the limit. The climax being his January 30th, 2018 oathing, when he was defiantly sworn in as the people's president in broad daylight at Uhuru Park grounds, defying all warnings from government.
Raila Amolo Odinga.
His daring brush with the law saw him land a 6-year detention without trial after he was implicated in the 1982 failed coup in Kenya. Upon his release, the agitation for multi-party politics had reached political boiling point that saw veteran politicians detained. Odinga was arrested twice, forcing him to seek refuge in Norway in the year 1991. In 1992, he bounced back as doors for multi-party politics were flung wide open. He was elected Member of Parliament for Langata on a Ford Kenya ticket, with his father, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, also making a comeback as MP for Bondo that saw a father and son sharing opposition benches in the 7th Parliament, albeit briefly. Odinga Sr. died 2 years later in January 1994, and his eldest son, Dr. Oburu Oginga, was elected to join the younger brother Raila in Parliament. The Azimio la Umoja Coalition presidential nominee, who is Kenya's second prime minister, was born on 7th January 1945 and attended Maranda High School, finishing in 1962. He then proceeded to Germany's Technical University of Magdeburg between 1965 and 1970, graduating as a mechanical engineer, and would briefly teach at the University of Nairobi before quitting in 1974 for greener pastures at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, where he attained the position of Deputy Director in 1978. Raila, who says he represents Force for Change, is married to Ida Betty, with whom they have 4 children, the late Fidel Castro Odinga, Rosemary, Raila Odinga Jr., and Winnie Mandela Odinga. He is a grandfather of 4. Duncan Haemba, KTN News.
Amempatia Imran. Neno kwa mpira.
Call him Baba Tinga. Jacom Oragwambo. These are the names that have defined Raila Odinga's political journey. A name that has been synonymous with Kenya's electoral process. Born on January 7th, 1945 to the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and the late Mama Mary Juma Odinga, Raila Odinga thrust into the front line of political limelight was in 1982 during the attempted coup against retired President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Raila Odinga, then a rising opposition leader, was accused of being among the masterminds behind the failed coup, being a time that tense political climate prevailed where dissent was equated with subversion. Raila was arrested and charged with treason, ending up in detention for 6 years from 1982 to February 1988. He was released, but later detained again in August the same year. He was to be released a year later in June 1989, serving as Kenya's longest political detainee. In 1990, after the restoration of multi-party democracy,
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 17 minutes after 8 o'clock, and we continue with our coverage and broadcast of everything surrounding the death of Raila Odinga that happened yesterday, the 15th of October. And we continue to have those conversations this hour. And even as we do, joining us this hour is the Senator for Kisii County. And I want to put the word after finally. Here with us in the studio. Oh, let me say that right. Senator for the Republic of Kenya from the county of Kisii is one Richard Onyonka. Good morning.
Good morning. First, I sincerely want to apologize. I have been having it very difficult to come and for your show, and I know it creates all this inconvenience. I hope you will empathize and sympathize with my ineptitude.
How do you even refuse something like that? How do you even say no?
It's come out so humbly.
I'm telling you. How do you even say no? Well, it's good to see you. You're forgiven. It's good to see you.
And I've never been here with Okari, my brother. I'm so happy to see you. I'm proud of you. You know, you are history. Your fame supersedes you.
Oh my God! Wait. And you know, Nick is my senator.
I know. You guys are
from my home.
You're together in this space.
Very, very good.
So now that you people are loving yourselves, before we get into this conversation, Dennis is going to share a proverb with you.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So our proverb, I'm sure you're familiar with how this goes, from Liberia.
Yes.
So your interpretation will be on this proverb: teeth and tongue can fight, but they will never stop working together to eat. I repeat again: teeth and tongue can fight, but they will never stop working together to eat.
Thank you. Actually, that saying has got a sister parable saying in Kisii, which says that the same people is like meat which has entered onto your tooth gum. You eat the meat, it is sweet, but you have to get a toothpick to prick out the meat, and then you bloody your teeth. And therefore, when you're eating meat, you have to be careful whether you're going to chew the tongue or the meat.
Or the meat.
Yes.
Well, indeed. Wow. So, yesterday, and I'm saying at around this time, we started to hear the chatter, and I'm starting every hour with that. We started to hear the chatter of the demise of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And it turned out later on that indeed it was the case. When you heard, what roller coaster were you going through to start off? And of course, you for a specific reason, because you were in the trenches with him, in some sort of detention at some point with him. I mean, we'll go through some of those details.
Yes.
But what kind of roller coaster did you go through, and have you been going through?
You see, yesterday I mentioned somewhere that, and this is as you keep on observing and looking and listening, and then of course as the message started coming in, you go through quite a number of things. In my mind, immediately what happened actually was Mzee Raila more unwell than we thought, because there were people who were constantly raising this issue to us in low tones, quietly. He said, Mzee it looks like he's under too much pressure. Looks like he's shuttling these state house meetings. He's having meetings with people. And some people are actually feeling that he would have lived longer. Normally when we die, that's how people see us, that they would have wished you lived longer. At the same time, I then started asking myself, what do I really think about Raila? I've been having my own tidbits on what it was, and I've had a lot of disagreements, discussions with friends and enemies, some of them who viciously have always criticized Raila because they interpreted some of his actions and whatever that he did not to have been quote-unquote nationalistic. In 2007, there are people who say he should never have relented. He should have allowed the country to continue on its bloodbath. And there was some. At that time, I didn't even have a political opinion. There were some people who were telling him, no, let's not push the country into the precipice. This thing really, at the end of it all, is about you. And elsewhere, I stated how it was most difficult, most engaging conversation that I would have never wished to have. And that conversation was that Raila was somebody that we need to take a little bit much more time to understand.
Right.
And that is because some of his decisions, even when they looked controversial, there is some detailed information that actually we were never given. So the decision that was made, like for example, you have this constant issue that has been raised by the Gen Z and most probably raised by many of the people who didn't quite have much time and thinking on Raila, because they felt that this time around he should have let the government fall. And yet the truth is, by the time Raila was making that decision, we had had about 3 to 4 meetings, and that is the ODM caucus. And with our group within the caucus, there were people who were saying, let Ruto go home, and we have no business with them. And in the conversations, Raila was asking my colleagues and friends, he said, you gentlemen, do you really understand what it is to fix a completely broken country? Do we accept Kenya as a vehicle that has got 2 tires which are blown up and maybe there's a little bit overheating, and we keep on fixing these little tidbits as we figure out how to give the whole car an overhaul or a mini overhaul? Or do you actually want to dump the damn thing and just walk away? And these were discussions that were held, and they were bitter amongst the members of parliament and senators who were in that meeting representing, we were the ODM caucus. We did not agree very easily, but because some of us had the historical examples, it is very easy to destroy any country for a period of 1 day. And yet it may take you more than 100 years to fix it. We have various cases. Look at what is happening in South Sudan. Look at Somalia. Look at Cote d'Ivoire, the salvage themselves. And you see these examples. So there was that legitimate and genuine worry from some of us that you may not have to throw the baby and the water. That we may have to save the baby and let the water go. So in that thinking and in my evaluation, that is when I started looking at Raila. And in general terms, my honest and sincere belief is that the man served the country, and he did some of the things which are extremely difficult. You see, my brother, when I get up and I am running to the studio, I'm coming to the studio, I'm going to the Senate, and I have a public matter that I have, and I'm going to make a disclosure. It's not easy. Most people think we do this because of... No. When somebody is telling you that there's some people who have stolen 56 billion shillings, that's not 56 shillings. It's not 56 million. It's not 5.6. It's 56 billion Kenyan shillings from one transaction. So the interests and the circumstances and the interested parties get ruffled and they get annoyed with you. And this is what many Kenyans saw Raila do.
You're right. As a journalist,
yes.
I've practiced 20 years.
Yes.
And I recall in the newsroom, whenever we would sit down to plan for the docket story, so you're looking at a diary, this is what you're covering today. Among the things that will pique our interests from an editorial standpoint will be, okay, so Raila Odinga is calling for press briefing.
Yes.
And you hear Raila Odinga is calling for press briefing, you know he's going to whistleblow on something.
Exactly.
And he will come with receipts.
Yes.
What do you call receipts?
Absolutely,
he has documents.
yes. He comes with receipts, yes.
And he will talk about very, very deep things with details, with facts and numbers. And from that point on, it will form the basis of the direction of how we do stories for weeks or even months and sometimes years as follow-up stories. And so there is that part that he was not just a newsmaker for us who are in the business. It was the fact that, and it's interesting to hear what you're saying, that it's not easy when you're shuttling between studios, going to the Senate, and you have a dose here, and you have something here, like you're saying, at a transaction that is 56, it's not easy to just come out and say it.
Yeah, it's not easy. So for this man to have carried this thing for 40 years, and yet you know how skeptical Kenyans are. I was told, my brother, that the time when I was engaging on this thing of Adani, and remember I came here and we did this, people thought I was joking. People, because that is the mindset about who we are as a people. Kenyans are given hope that there's no Kenyan who can stand up on merit and say, I think I stand for 1, 2, 3. I think I value good governance. I think we can have a country that runs without corruption. That fixing education can be done because it has been done before. That providing free education in a country doesn't need anybody to come and tell us so much. Kenyans are some of the brightest people in the world. So we know what the problems are. And we have the solutions. And yet we behave like we are just some banana republic which has got individuals who are just kleptomaniacs who are crazy about money and owning this worldly things, and they now have the things that talk about 16-bedroom houses are being built in Kisii, where a member of parliament has a house worth 40, 50 million. These are not the dreams that Kenyans had about their governance. Yes, you can own a home, you can have a good car, there's no problem. You can take your children to the St. Andrew's Story, there's no problem with that. But please, do it when you can afford it. Don't steal public money and carry it and then just go and start telling me how you're flying helicopters, your children are going to Turi. Oh, no, Peponi is the best thing right now in town. Guys have transferred kids from some place where they have been in. It's happened before. We've seen it before. And this, I now understand, are the things that were really annoying Raila.
Okay.
And the Kenyan public saw him as the last line of defense.
If we go back to that last meeting,
yes,
because it was the height when Gen Zs were out on the streets.
Yes.
And they say, Baba, you've done your time.
Yes.
Relax.
And we'll
pick it up from here. True. Don't come to the streets. We will pick it up from here.
True.
And Raila spoke and he was really, really proud because he was the one who was at the epicenter of these movements,
exactly,
of these protests.
Exactly.
And suddenly he's not the one who's at the lead.
Yes.
He's taking a backseat. But let's go back to this meeting where in the caucus where you're saying, okay, let Ruto go down with his administration.
Yes.
Let's not do anything to help him.
Exactly.
And you're saying Raila then asked this question of, do you really understand what it means? At that point,
yes,
it was to his advantage for Ruto
to say, let's get rid of this guy.
Why?
Yes, because the executive, the presidency was vulnerable. They were vulnerable. All Raila needed to say is, Beba Sufuria to Rudi town.
And join Gen Zs.
But then there is one group that seems to think that Raila's purpose and agenda was to self-aggrandize himself to William for his personal benefit. You hear money being mentioned. And yet in reality, nobody from the ODM caucus has ever sat and told Kenyans, we sat and went through this because they are cowards. They don't want to own up that we actually made that decision. It was not an accident.
And was it?
Yes.
Senator, was it a decision that was made with a consensus of all, or was it a rubber stamping exercise? Because that has come out as well.
Initially, thank you. The disagreements now came up after. What we agreed about at the meeting was that, yes, salvage this scenario, but make sure we look for the basic minimums. Are you with me? In other words, in Kenya, if you look at political history, Kenya has always had a crisis, and it is the crisis that has allowed the space for Kenyans, and especially the opposition, to negotiate for what they did. We didn't have the Kenyan Constitution 2010 because Kibaki loved it, and people loved it, and it was the best thing that would ever come. Or did William Ruto love it? No. There were political circumstances which led to this constitutional change taking place peacefully. Peacefully. So the question we are asking is, do we really let this thing collapse? And after it has collapsed, now tell me, you then give Raila the presidency, if that is what your agenda was. What would you have done if, for example, Kenyans had gotten into a civil war? Those are real issues when you're a leader.
So was it Raila who cemented this thing? Because let's look at what happened in June 2024.
Yes.
And with those, with the conflicts that was occurring at the time, it would appear as though it was President William Ruto calling on Raila Odinga that was then the glue that put the country back together. And if that was the case, Because many would say that it's too soon after the announcement of his death for us to be having this conversation. But if that's the case, does that glue then disseminate with the death of Raila Odinga?
Yes and no. The glue that Raila provided for the holding together of the William Ruto administration for us was purely based on the fact that the ship was sinking and the captain of the ship decided that, no, what I'm going to do is look for that guy from the other side or the other ship because he has the emergency kit that I might need for me to salvage my boat. Once the boat was salvaged, many people expect that then Raila should have turned around and told William, now let's go for the duel. And yet the reality that we are facing at that time is that all the two options were on the table. If you don't manage this thing well, the thing is going to tank. And if it tanks, what do you do after that? You remember the other day when Raila said this thing was going to the military. Do you remember?
He said that.
In Kenya, we forget. That is where it was. So the decision to pull back the troops on his part was deliberately designed from the meetings we had held as the ODM caucus to persuade him and tell him that, yes, we agree with you. Many of our members completely refused that we are going to salvage Ruto. But as the discussions were, remember that first meeting we were supposed to make a decision, we went to the second day. It took us 4 days, in fact 5, before the conclusions reached. There were a lot of consultation because we were asking people, yes, collapse this thing. All right, and indeed, I have so much respect for the young people of this country. I think we are some of the best. My own father was a minister when he was 27. But then the question which was being asked at that time when we were the ODM caucus was, do you have the capacity with the young people who are the Gen Z to hand over government to them and for them to make sure they run a stable government? And as adults in the room, somebody had to stand up and say, I think there are decisions that you people have to make. And Raila sat there with Orengo. I remember initially Orengo was also very intransigent because he believed that Ruto had pushed the country in the wrong direction so quickly, so fast that it was scary. But we were constantly engaging and discussing. And for me, once I learned that agreement has come and that we are going to try and save the country, I was actually relieved. My only disappointment came that when we were supposed to look at what are the issues that have brought us to where we are. And those are the issues that we thought that Raila was going to push William to accept and bring in some of the changes like Kibaki did, where he actually agreed for the new constitution come, then he was against devolution, he agrees for devolution to be agreed upon, and all these other things. So I expected that the issues of good governance, historical injustice, the basics, the low-lying fruits.
They agreed to stop the abductions.
Exactly.
But they continues.
And this is what I've said. Giving Raila an incredibly beautiful and wonderful funeral is wonderful, and it's the best thing that you can give a man of his stature. But giving him a funeral without implementing some of the basic 10-point plan that he has raised, what is dysfunctional about country? How can you have a country where the head of state can borrow money without asking parliament? How can you have a country where the president can decide that you are actually speaking on the phone and he doesn't need a court order and he can actually just move into your house and they pick you up because you have said something which the president doesn't like? All right? How can we run a country where we've been talking for the last 2 years? I mean, we are having a budget of 4 trillion shillings. All right, Ministry of Education, the money that they're supposed to get is 670 billion shillings. That is what Kibaki had as president on his first and second year to run the whole country. And yet the Ministry of Education today, with the number of students only having increased by an extra 1 million, whether you are running it vertically or horizontally from primary schools to university, the reality is that you need only 270 billion to give Kenyans free education. And yet, the budget is 670 billion. We are not able to give capitation money. We are not paying the lecturers. And you just hear how money is being siphoned off. You have fake schools which are being paid. You go to the SHA, the ministers and the PSs are the ones who have got fake clinics where they're paying themselves 70 million, 60 million. And then you say SHA is not working. No, they're just taking the money. So my argument is, William can give Raila an incredible funeral. If he's not going to look at the things which Raila stood for, we are going to continue fighting.
So it's two things here that have already started to make their way through the chatter.
Yes.
Is that, so obviously the things that Raila Odinga held dear, and to an extent will live vicariously through other people, whichever way you choose to look at it.
Yes.
That they were noted on a global scale, and just as you say today, there was justice that was being fought for. There was freedom. There was, again, justice on a social level being fought for.
Yes.
The livelihoods of Kenyans to be protected. That there be constitutionalism and respect to the rule of law. All of these things over and over and over again for 40 years.
Yes.
Did that disappear in the 1 year when he then shook hands with William Ruto and decided to work with him? Did that legacy get sullied because of this?
Very good question. It didn't disappear because people like me have been given the, which word can I use? I don't want to call it a green light. I have been given the lessons about what this country's problems are and the solutions directly from the notebooks that Raila gave. And our position is that Raila may have reached a stage, just like you, any human being. You reach a stage where at some point you're like, you know, I've been dealing with this problem. You know, I'm always having a fight with my brother, and I'm not even understanding what this thing is. And we are fighting over a piece of land which has a tree. See, I just leave it for him, I walk away. So I believe that Raila had reached that stage where even what is so commonsensical, you saw what the president has gazetted. He brings bills when Raila has died, which are completely, all the things, they want to privatize national assets without consulting the National Assembly. What is that now? We've been told that we are going to privatize the sugar factories in all the regions where sugar is being grown, and then you hear that people are just sharing the land, which is part of the extension program. The sugar, like in Mumias, there's 250,000 hectares of land. That is what gentlemen are sharing, and that is why you can't fix the sugar problem. If you go to all the sectors, you can run through that. Government has been operating from June when new budget cycle started in July. From July, we are on to October. I can tell all of you, there's not a single project that is being done. And that our budget is 4 trillion. So you have got which months? We are in October, right? So you have October, November, December, January, February, and March, then April. And you come to May. So those are 7 months. All right. So can you explain to me how you are going to spend 4 trillion in 7 months? So invoices are being drafted and people are being paid for work which they have not done. And we have the evidence, I can table it. So what are we celebrating Raila about, saying how he was a great leader, he fought for the justice of this country, and he wanted a better Kenya? When the same very, very things that this man Raila was talking about are the ones we are doing just after he has died, a day after.
In the morning of...
Yeah, so I don't believe in William anymore. I don't believe in the president anymore. And I don't understand why he's doing those things which Kenyans are telling him, don't do that. We are beyond that. We left abductions. We left detention. The president said Raila was a hero because he was detained unfairly. So what are you saying, Mr. President, when you are having more than 250 kids who are actually being slaughtered? That, for me, logic of yours doesn't add up.
And yet there's the question, why would Raila still choose to work with him? Because they've worked with him before.
Thank you.
Ruto is not a stranger.
Exactly. The point that many of the Gen Zs and many people who disagreed with that decision, the point they were making was that. And what most people seem to forget, and I think there was a time I mentioned here, for crying out loud, you expect politicians to make decisions which are saintly. which have got the moral high ground, which are... No, sometimes you hang around with the devil and the bitches and the quacks for you to achieve an intended purpose, because there isn't the capacity to get people of high quality and decency to negotiate with you decently. So if Raila decided to join William Ruto, in order for him, exactly, I can give you an example. Look at what was achieved during Kibaki's time. It was purely management. It was management. Look at the failures of President William Ruto. You were there, my brother, Okari, you were there. It was management. Then Uhuru came, he nearly salvaged something out of his presidency, did a few things here and there. Even his case, it was management. Then William comes in, and if you look at every single mistake that his administration has made, is all about management. So how can we then as a country not think that sitting down as a people to discuss our inability, our ineptitude, our incapacity to deal with the national issues because of the various self-interests that exist in our republic?
Did Raila give up?
Honestly,
did he give up on his fight?
I think he did. I think he did, and this is my honest opinion. You know, I love saying the truth. I think Raila was very, very proud to see young people stand up to power, and he understood why that was necessary, because we had been through it 25 years ago. And you see, I've been telling people that Kenya has got this cycle of 25 years. Kisii, we have 20. 2025. If you look at when big political events take place, Kisii, it's always in 20 years. So where we are, the Gen Zs have come at the time when they need to re-engineer, redesign, and actually demand that this country, because countries are never created by good people who sit and sign documents and say, we'll give you good education, you'll get healthcare. Why? Because particularly the system we have, which is capitalistic based. In capitalism, the winner takes it all. So if you don't have people of good intent, and most probably what I call social democrats like us, who will be saying, no, yes, we really want to be rich. We want government tenders and contracts. You are having them. Yes, that is the case, yes. But what is happening to your most vulnerable? What are you doing to your poor people? I mean, why is it that we are a state, my brother, and we are able to, every single time the rains begin, you see people walking from industrial area to Korogosho to Dagoretti on foot. Who are the people who live around Lavington and Karen? Who are the people who live in Kilimani? It is us, the wealthy. And yet when those people are walking in the evening, they're being rained on. Because why? We can do a stupid tram that carries from where? From Dagoretti, taking them to the industrial area to go and provide their manual labor, where they need to pay 10 or 20 bob. Somebody has to walk 26 kilometers to go and earn 500 or 600 shillings and walk back again 26 kilometers to go and have what you call children, a wife, and learn and run a life where he's normal and he maintains sanity and is a good citizen. Which countries that can do that for you? So we have to change these things, and people have to face the reality. Our political class can get in here and fly all their helicopters, which they do, and drive these big cars and live in the good neighborhoods. The reality is that we are only, the wealthiest Kenyans are not more than 1 million. So you have got 49 people out here. If you remove the middle class, which is about 3 or 4 million, it means you are back to 42, 45 million people who are destitute. So what happens when these people decide, you are not giving me healthcare, you are not giving me education for my child, so that my child can go to school and come and actually have a better future when I couldn't provide it for him or her. You are unable to give me the rights for my girl child and my political participants who are women. You are not able to take care of my people with disability. Then what are you doing? And the only thing that you're proud of is that you built houses. I find this contradiction a bit crazy for me.
And yet, Raila fought.
Yes.
For Kenyans.
Yes.
The majority you're referring to enjoy, have a better life, have a good constitution. He fought for all these things.
Yes.
And
a free press. You see how you guys are free press.
Yes. He fought for us as well.
Exactly.
And yet, the picture that you've just painted, now that he's gone.
Yes.
My question is, what kind of gap has he left?
Big. The only wonderful thing is that the spaces and the gaps that Raila has left, we know them. I'll give you an example. When the constitution was being drafted, I was so happy today because I saw the teacher, I saw the NAT, Kenya National Union of Teachers, sending a congratulatory, a condolence message to Raila. The truth is, Raila again singularly made sure that the Teacher Service Commission was maintained as a commission, a constitutional office, to take care of the interests of the teachers. Now, if you understand that's what Raila did, because the teachers realized, and it made sense, completely made sense.
Yes.
Why are we not creating an independent body to deal with the doctors and nurses? Why does government operatives think that that's something we don't need? There is something crazy with us. If you are not able to provide a nurse or a doctor to treat your child when the child is sick, and the doctor doesn't know where the salary is coming, the county governments have basically become a cesspool of corruption and, the friends, the kickbacking and family members sharing all these tenders and whatnot. Medicines are bought not because of the quality and the need, but medicines are bought because of the percentage of commission that people are actually doing a sharing. That shouldn't worry us.
And yet Baba inspired very many politicians who are agitating like yourself.
They never listen.
For this kind of
the
things.
Politicians, especially the current and recent ones, understand that the company where anybody is going to make so much money in such a short time is called the Republic of Kenya. You become an MP, you get CDF, it is 250 million shillings a year. You stay in that office for 5 years, you handle 1 billion a year. So, all that leadership has been doing ever since the last 5 years is that you make money quickly, you want to invest fast, most probably out of the country, and it does not matter when you fall sick, you go out and get treated and come back.
And you're okay.
Yes. If the road is bad and why are you complaining that the roads are impassable? We're using helicopters now. You're saying schools are not receiving capitation. Whose children go to schools? Why do other countries demand that politicians and Kenya and other like Rwanda? You must put your children in school, public schools. Why am I going to be treated in... And I mean this. I sincerely, in the name of God, I mean this. Why am I going to be treated in Dubai or in one of these countries of an ailment that can be treated in Kenya?
Because the healthcare system has collapsed.
It's collapsed. Completely collapsed.
You don't have trust in it.
Yes.
So then one must ask the question, then what are you doing on a daily basis as a legislator or as a lawmaker when, in fact, these things don't work? And again, we go back to the fact that Raila Odinga worked for a lot of these things.
Yes.
But the reality of a lot of people right now who are getting into the political space, whether it is to agitate in that space or to be part of that space, the picture that they remember is this camaraderie or broad-based government between Raila Odinga, and now that we saw that there were agents or principals of the Orange Democratic Movement who now became part of government, whether they were cabinet secretaries or whether they got appointments across board. But that is the picture that they see.
Yes.
And that essentially all the work that may have been done over years then went into this broad-based government, and that happens to be the last, rodeo that he rode.
Yes.
Should there be what would sanitize that picture in the minds of people? Because that's what they know. That is what they remember. That is their reality. And then what does it actually mean going forward? Because we might want to say it's insensitive, but these are the conversations that people are having today. Is ODM, as second largest political party in the country, falling apart? Who will be at the helm of leadership? What we're hearing coming in right now is that Okoh Oginga now will be interim head of party to hold things together. There's so many conversations that are happening at the same time. Are things falling apart? Is the center not holding?
My sincere opinion is that we've been having challenges, especially after now the negotiated settlement. And of course, Raila then engaged the government. There are cabinet appointments made, and the government kind of continued running. And then to make matters, there was this thinking that many Kenyans have been having And that is that Raila's position of standing against injustices and running against governments which had been violating people's rights and all that kind of thing. Some Kenyans did not understand why the decision that Raila made of joining Ruto's government was made. What some of us in ODM disagreed on, as I've said, is that we told him, yes, go and negotiate because we may have to save the bucket or save the baby or save the water. But let us agree with you like this. Once you begin to discuss whether you're going to save the water and the baby or the bucket, pick out the very basic issues that are supposed to be a constant for our future as a standard. In other words, there are certain basics that we wanted the government to own and accept. The way the Kibaki government owned devolution, they owned a new constitution. They said, we agree that 2007 elections were actually a problem for our country. They talked about changing the IBC and everything. I mean, it's exactly the same thing. The same issues that we were dealing with in 2007 might most probably end up being the same issues we're going to deal in 2027. Why? Because already the people in power and government are already saying that they cannot be defeated in an election. They're already saying, as far as they are concerned, even though the whole of Africa is becoming one term, the truth and the reality that is there is that they're saying it's not possible that we'll give up power. And we are saying, let the president and his team understand that this job they have is transitory. It has been given to them by the Kenyan public on a 5-year contract. And that 5-year contract has got parameters that normal, reasonable Kenyans will look at and evaluate performances. And what we are saying, if health isn't working, education is not working, where you're talking about cohesion and working together as a team, tribalism at the highest point, look at the corruption issues. The people, the EACC, last week, came and made a presentation to the senators. They said, we have the evidence, we go to court and we are tabling who has been stealing public money, and then when we are saying prosecute, a phone call comes from somewhere and said, wachana na huyu jamaa kidogo. Now, you understand why I'm frustrated. What do you do now? How do you handle such negligence? So to me, I look at President William's presidency as a presidency that is failing because of ineptitude. And the ineptitude is not because people are not schooled enough and they're not educated. The ineptitude is simply because the team is so greedy and people are stealing so much money that there's no way the state can hemorrhage the money that we are hemorrhaging, and it continues to run.
And yet the onlookers just kind of allow this to continue. It doesn't look like it's being stopped, or that there is something to stop the bleed. It doesn't look like that's happening.
It's scary.
It doesn't look like
that
that's
is
happening.
what worries me. That we have a country, you find, you raise the issues, everybody knows what the problem is, and yet we look at each other like, I don't know what I'm going to do. And you understand, it's a desperation, it's a disappointment. For me, I'm suffering disappointment because the issues that are coming are manageable. I'm not asking William Ruto to take me a shuttle to the moon. It doesn't have that capacity. But surely, sitting down and just doing a list of all the schools in the Republic, putting on GPS technology and that, having the data, explaining to how many students we have, how many teachers are there. I mean, you can even have a program which does that for you. And yet we can't.
And yet the person who was known as the deal maker redefined power, redefined management of this country, redefined politics, redefined coalitions, alliances, and so many of these things is no more. And I wonder, and I know this may be too early to even think through, but because of the shock that Raila is no more, he was the go-to person when you wanted then to broker a deal and have conversations. And that's what William Ruto did. And the two then have been on this journey. And we were it was very clear the journey was to 2027, and it was not clear what was going to happen after 2027. Yet the party then that galvanized all these ideals seems to be broken right at the center, where you have people like Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, Babu Wino, and so many other people saying, you know what, we don't agree. And yourself also, you're not agreeing with what the president is doing.
Absolutely.
And now the leader of the party is not there.
True.
Will ODM crash? What will happen?
ODM will survive if the people left behind to manage it behave with magnanimity and understand that Kenyans are watching what they're doing. Kenyans understand. We understand each other. There are all these games being played. We understand them. And the reason why, and I'll tell you this. When you see Sifuna raising issues, or me, or Babu, or the team that is in ODM, and we are saying, no, this is not the direction. We understood that Mzee was tired. Yes, we understood Mzee was tired. And the people around him, some of them deliberately were basically positioning Mzee to kind of act like he wants to rubber stamp that William Ruto is the best president that there ever was. And yet, we forget that Raila was in Homa Bay when he was saying, nimeambia huyu awache kuua watoto. He said it.
And he meant it.
And he meant it. But you see, our minds are selective when we are picking what Raila used to say. Because at that time, since he had joined Ruto, people were like, why are you telling us? You can even tell him that in private. But I think Raila was saying that even when I have an opportunity to deal with this gentleman, some things are very difficult to do. Like, for example, let me publicly state that I've told him, stop abductions. All right. When it comes to matters of corruption, I mean, you saw the last conversation Raila was having with us in the Senate is when he was talking about devolution. Issues we are saying, remove the money from the hands of all the. I mean, Kenya government collects revenue, and some of the money we borrow, we are supposed to put it all in the consolidated fund.
Yes.
The budget is supposed to come from the National Assembly, then Treasury and the Central Bank and the presidency seat, and the money is supposed to be. Where are we sending money to places where MPs have access to it? Where are we having more than 223 billion shillings being given out as bursary money in cash?
So things come full circle, Senator, because again, going back to what people are asking for, it is this very same accountability that made people come out into the streets and protest and say, you know what, beyond the finance bill, this is what we're looking for. The picture of the young lady is very clear in my mind when she said, you know what, Baba, utuachie hii sasa, you've done your part. Let us now carry this mantle further, because the things you are fighting for then are still the things that we are fighting for today. But we see it, and so we're going to stand up and we are going to fight. For me, that picture is very clear, because the problems of 40 years ago were still the problems of today, and the younger generation is still saying, let's fight for it. In my mind, that is not dead. But if there is no connector, it's now that lady is the face of who is saying that we are going to keep fighting. The question that people are saying now is that memory, that ideal must carry on. Because it doesn't look as though the government of the day, even though there was a broad-based government, is going to carry those ideals through. Can we be open and honest and ask, what does it really look like? Will the ideals that Raila Odinga fought for, whether he joined this government to make sure that they happen, that 10-point agenda, which I don't know how many of them have been sorted out till today, which was the precipice on which they agreed, those things are not being done. But we're going to honor him. The nation is going to honor him, but it's not going to honor what he asked for.
Absolutely. And that is why the statement of that young lady when she said, Baba, wachia this thing, I want to just basically rephrase. Nobody should worry that there are no people who are going to fight for this country. We will. And it doesn't take anything. There's no money you're going to give me to stop talking what I'm talking about. There is nothing anybody is going to do to pacify me, persuade me, whitewash me, offer me. Those things don't mean much to some of us. So there are few left very wonderful, good soldiers, both young men and women in this republic, who will fight William Ruto to the very end. Why? Because we think we deserve a better nation. Not because we don't want him to be president. Just give me education, healthcare, make sure that I'm able to manage myself. What else do I want a president for? Make sure that capitation money goes to schools. Allow money that is going to the county government. Stop these governors, some of them who we are being told are stealing money from the county governments, and then for them to try and make the president love them. I'm told they go and give money to functions where the head of state is a... What is that? That's what we did with Moi's regime. And we saw the consequences. We are repeating. People are carrying money in bags, in briefcases, to go and do something called empowerment. What stupidity is that? We are basically making our people destitute by making them, you remember the Maslow's law, when you ring the bell to the dog, at some point the dog then continues to shake the head, he's expecting the food to come. That's what these guys are preparing in 2 years, so that by the time we go to elections, people will be standing on the road saying, and
they're addicted to it.
Nobody's going to talk about how the roads are not being done. What? The money for roads is being stolen, whether it's tarmac roads or maram roads.
And so these things happen when you've created an enabling environment.
Thank you.
For these things to
That is what it is.
And I'm just looking at the life of Raila, and one of the powerful things you've said is, so he's now gone.
Yes.
But are we living up to what he fought for? And yet, President Ruto, I don't know, for some reason, and maybe you can answer this, is it that he then got so emboldened, hiding then behind this new marriage with Raila Odinga, to continue doing all these things, and now that he's not there, is there any place to hide?
It's, for me, I think, when the coalition, when Mzee Raila signed an agreement with President, whatever they agreed upon, by now we should have seen the good faith.
In at least one of them.
At least one or two things.
Okay.
I mean, my brother, no, what are we asking for? Why are we still taking police and military and teachers training college positions and employment of teachers and dishing them out as if it's cake you're giving to individuals, those who are more loyal, those who love you, and those who go and tell people, oh, mimi nilipewa 50 kwa sababu niko ndani ya serikali. That is what we did with Moi. Why is it difficult for us to believe in meritocracy? It's because we are crazy about our tribalism. We think you are more secure being tribal. I am more secure being Amkisi. Then I'm more secure employing Amkisi who's a police officer. I'll be more secure with the military guys over police. And in fact, I'm very, very happy. It can't be the standard. Our standard was higher. That's what we are saying. The standard was much more higher. I expected so much from William Ruto. Let me ask you, Ndu. How many presidents has William worked under? Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, himself, and now broad-based. Is there a person who was supposed to set up and fix this mess we are in
figure it out by now,
Ruto?
Essentially?
He should know by now where to troubleshoot. He should have known by now how we steal the money. He's participated in some of those things. We have, everybody in Kenya has stolen public money. We know how the money is being stolen. So all these years he wanted to become president. What was it for? For him to allow his friends to continue taking the money from the national kitty. That couldn't have been the reason why he wanted to be president. What legacy is he going to leave behind? I mean, as a senator of where I've been elected from, what legacy do I want to hold? If I was a governor, for example, is it to be seen as a guy who just...
But Senator,
yes.
Just the other day, we had an impeachment that was already underway of Nairobi Governor Sakaja.
Yes.
And all the MCAs unanimously, within 2-3 days, had put signatures and they were willing to kick him out because of these very same issues we are discussing.
True.
Then the confusion now comes in. Raila comes in, saves Sakaja. Then there's a meeting between Upper Hill, State House, And all of a sudden, Sakaja now again is back, is comfortable. And all the MCAs have basically told the line.
Yes.
And we keep hearing these things from politicians, you know. If Raila tells us we go left, we go left. If Raila tells us we go right, we go right. And it makes it feel and it makes it sound like they can't think for themselves. It's almost like they're being controlled by this one individual.
I will give you a very simple example. That was one of the issues that we have raised with Raila. That is one of the issues that you notice even Babu Wino has raised. You've noticed I've done the same. Sifuna, we have raised these issues and we have said, if indeed, and I've sat in the SIPA committee, and my brother, Nairobi City County is supposed to be collecting 124 billion shillings a year. How much money do they collect now? 14B? All right, I think they have increased maybe to 18, I don't know, 18 or 16B. So the reality is that people are sharing 100 billion shillings.
So it's being collected and they're sharing?
It's not being declared.
Okay.
How is the money going? You know, now we have a scientific way on how we look at asset valuations. We know what this asset is, and the system that we have tells you that this guy, the tax you can impose on him is this. The owner doesn't even have to come to the office to talk. But now guys are sent and they tell the owners, so all the money is being collected. I mean, in Nairobi City County, I mean, for me, Sakaja is my friend, and I wished him to be so successful. But I think the job was beyond him. The job was beyond him. Like the idea he has about school feeding program, fantastic. I mean, that is something he should have died with. Make sure that children from the disadvantaged backgrounds who live in these settlement areas, which are basically the slums, are being given an opportunity. He should have improved on that. The feeding program is wonderful. He's getting donor funds from IAMREF, from UNICEF. Children are actually feeding. More kids are going to school. So why are you not able to expand that? For example, to the whole country. Why are we not able to do that in the whole of Nairobi? What is so difficult putting cabros around the city of Nairobi? It is because the deep state interests are so incredible. The other day I saw we are going to have this thing called Nairobi Metropolitan, the NMS.
Yes.
Is being brought back. And I was like, Jesus Christ. As I sit here, up to today, we have never accounted for 29 billion shillings, which NMS picked out of where? Out of the treasury. Nobody's accountable, nobody says anything, nobody knows where the money went, who was paid and who was not paid. The people who are now collecting garbage are some of the people I know their names and what they do. What do? They even use Nairobi County government vehicles to go and pick quote-unquote garbage, where one lorry can be returned to be invoiced 21 times. And there is somebody being paid 8 billion shillings every week.
There's a problem.
A single individual. Which garbage is that you are picking which costs 8 billion? And yet, if we are supposed to bring the garbage management system and put it in Dandora, it's not supposed to cost more than 21B.
It shouldn't cost more than that.
It shouldn't cost more than that.
And yet from what I hear, you said Raila started getting tired.
Yes.
But then when people are demanding for service delivery, then we still saw him supporting Sakaja, for example.
Yes.
And, you know, these are realities and facts we can't ignore. Then you stop to think, okay, then what happened to Baba? Was he
people even said he was compromised. For me, the way I look at it, as a politician, you have the options on the table. He had the options to look and say, when I am a defender of devolution, and we have agreed that somebody is going to be impeached because he's not able to govern, then, given this is again where I act as the devil's advocate, I did not know what the details were in terms of if you remove Sakaja, who takes over? Are you with me? What were the political implications of removing Sakaja? Was it going to destabilize the county government more, or did the members of the county assembly have a strategy on what was supposed to be done? But in general terms, I can tell you without any fear of contradiction, that is one of the most controversial decisions that the Prime Minister has taken. And yet, even when I make that comment and state that that's how we looked at it, are you with me?
Yeah.
You've also seen where a governor is brought to the Senate and we are there and we're expected to impeach him and we say no. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying.
And that those two contradictions is like the Kericho governor case. Are you with me? The story about the Kericho governor has nothing to do with him stealing 87 million. Because some governors have stolen 7B. And we have the fact, 3B. What the story of that gentleman was all about is that the governor refused to allow private individuals to take over public land, which is owned by the public of the members of the Kericho County government. And that is the tea which the big boys want to share amongst themselves.
And we can't run away
from... The governor is saying... The governor of Kericho is saying, yes, biggies, you want to share maybe 10,000 acres, whatever you want, please do. But allow us to also allow the public, because what the governor and the team have been saying, allow the people of James Finlay to run those factories the way they are run, because that's their trade, but agree on the sharing formula so that it becomes like a PPP.
And there are too many of these examples around the country. I mean, go from county to county, you're likely to find one. And Raila Odinga did wade into those waters where he said, you know what, first of all, take this money away from these folks in the first place.
Yes.
And, don't allow certain cadres of people to handle this.
To handle money.
So even in the very, what we can call now the last days, he said some of these things and he said them quite openly. But I want to go back into history a little bit and look about decades ago, even as we see pictures that President William Ruto has arrived at JKIA, that the plane carrying the remains of Raila Odinga, the signal of that aircraft has now been changed to RAO 001, and that's interesting to see that as it lands in the next few minutes, that the plane signal has been changed, and just a few things coming to us. So that has happened, and Oburu Odinga will now be the interim party leader of ODM until we know what happens next. President William Ruto arrives at JKIA to then also receive Raila Odinga, as then they make their way to a few preparations at Lee Funeral Home and then on to Parliament, where they'll be viewing until 5 p.m. this evening. And then goes on to Karen from there. But as we take 20 years back, 15 years ago, Senator, you were in detention.
Yes.
With Raila Odinga.
Yes.
You slept nights in a cell.
Yes.
Not too far away from him. And one morning, you knew that he was to be executed.
He's going to be hanged, yes.
At dawn.
Yes.
Before dawn.
Yes.
What went through your mind at that time? And that you see that he made it till today. And now the world is stopping to bury this man who survived executions, he survived detentions, he survived a brutal administration in many cases that wanted to silence when he was speaking for the voices of the unspoken Kenyan.
First of all, I want to say one of the reasons why I'm completely against the death penalty is because sometimes, because of extraneous circumstances, political, somebody can be hanged for no reason whatsoever. And that has been historical in the US and other countries. I was just an accident because I happened to have been in the university in 1982. I had just come from a place called Yala. St. Mary's Yala is where I went to school. And when I joined the university, it was an amazing place. We went through ideology. We were taught to discuss good governance. And the professors and lecturers, and for me, I now believe that that is actually how Kenya started breaking down. The moment we stopped allowing lecturers and the people who are supposed to have our children understand where we are you with me? Where we are today, our children are being put in school, one, to make sure they pass exams very, very quickly and even need to become as rich as possible and as fast as possible. there is no value even for content. There is no value for evaluation. So when I was in the university, even when at that time, my father was a cabinet minister, and that time, they were big. Ministers were really big people, because he came from the Kenyatta era, and then he joined Moi, and then after that, he died just before Kibaki took over. My engagement in this politics was accidental.
Mm-hmm.
I was never allowed pro-poor, pro-African, pro-ideology, social democrat who believes I have a capacity to help change even the lives of two people. I just found myself a young man who believed that President Moi was not good. And the reason for that is because we were looking at the things which he was doing and the changes he was introducing. And yet, when I look back, Moi was actually, other than the excesses which already were constitutional of detaining Raila and the other people, Moi actually, I believe, had a soft spot for Raila. Because I've attended meetings where Moi was and Raila was, and you see how they would talk. They kind of respected each other. Are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
As you respect your elder brother, whatever. Yes. And yet they saw each other as adversaries from different positions. But what I saw, Raila was always willing to try and reach out to the other side, so that Moi could understand why it is not necessary to grab public land, why it's not necessary to go tribal, why all those things. The coup comes, we are arrested. We are 126 university students. I'm one of them, Musalia Mudavadi.
Happenstance? You were in the wrong place at the wrong time, or were you involved?
No. Okay. I was recruited by our group.
Yes.
And my job was to drive a Kenya bus, which was ferrying students from KU to Nairobi, and some from Nairobi to KU. And I was also carrying some military guys.
Okay.
Who basically were intending that the government must stop. So we went on, Moi must go, the usual. After about 3 weeks, and we have been sent home. The university was closed. I was picked up.
From home?
From home. So my father called somebody at home and told them, tell that boy to go to the chief's office. He's wanted. I don't know what he did. So I went there, and my name was there, and they told me, okay, let's go. So we traveled in a Land Rover from Kisii, arrived in Nairobi, and then was taken to General GSU training school. That was, yes, that's why initially where we were all received. We were about 600 university students. So they picked out those who are not really engaged, even as we were saying, you watch and
you were even helping them to say,
okay, this one is a coward, he can't. And then we reached a stage where everyday information would come. Initially, the charge was supposed to be treason. And then after that, they brought treason and sedition. Then the prosecutor, we had Chunga. I think it was tactical, because he saw these are kids, or really silly kids. Chunga then, under Section 87A, dropped our charges of treason and then introduced sedition, which had a sentence of 2 years. So by the time now we were going to court, and the day when, as we are in the cells, the story is so long I wouldn't even want to go there, because it will take 5 days. Once we were removed from GSU training school, we are brought, some of us were put in Kamete. Titus Adungosi was brought to Kamete. There was a young man called Thumbi, was from Muranga. We were about 24 young guys were delivered to committee. And then the day after we landed in committee, they found out that committee we are going to create a problem, because every time we would be brought in, the prisoners were clapping. So they removed us from committee and took us to industrial area. So industrial area now is where we meet Raila. All right? He doesn't talk to us. Then from Kisii, we had a guy called Ruben Oyondi, a guy called Manson Oyongo. They were all arrested. They were part of the coup, and that was the government.
So that was your first time in meeting Raila?
Yes, that was the first time. So we go in, we are given all our cells, but Raila was given a cell which was at the far end, because outside his cell he had like 8 prison warders and 2 GSU guys
guarding him.
Yes. So as we are sleeping in the place, as you walk in any prison or any building at night, you hear that
footsteps.
Okay.
So everybody woke up. And boy, I can tell you, I have never prayed in my life, because we had been told they are coming to collect Raila at 3. Once they are done with him, you guys are next. The story that the charges are going to be dropped is a lie.
Oh, wow.
So we were in the cells, looking at each other, nobody's talking. I mean, it's a whole lot of those guys.
Everybody was there.
Everybody was there. So people sat, and many people were saying, you guys, if I die, take care of my mother, she doesn't have anything. Everybody was writing their will. And then Raila left with those guys, all the 8 guys, and he just looked, he said hi to everybody, and he just walked out. I don't think even him knew where he was going. After 3 days, one prison warder came, and I asked him, you make those people your friends. Even today he's my friend. So he walked in, and I asked him, Charles, is it true that they have killed Raila? He said, no. I asked him what happened. He said, the father managed to go and look for Moy. They talked. So they have saved him. But he is going to detention because it's too hot for everybody. The information then was given to all of us. Of course, we were so happy, so relaxed. The following Monday...
But where exactly was he taken?
He was taken to, first of all, Committee, and then later to Manyani.
Okay.
Yeah. So for us, then, I think it was a week later, when we received information that we were called to court by the prosecutor, Banachunga. And then what told us we are going to be released was that everybody was told to carry their things. So you carry a plastic paper bag. We had a cup that we used to use.
So you were there for...
We were there for about 3 years.
3 years?
Yes.
You were
going to court every 2 weeks. The first year was at the GSU training school, where you are paraded, you sit in the sun. When they realize we are beginning to be noisy, you are told to kneel on hardcore, and you kneel there from morning till evening.
Senator, essentially, you were in detention for 3 years?
Yes.
So, okay.
And those things change you. They change you. I'm not who I was even in the university. I'm not who I was after I left prison. I changed. Some people ask me, you don't think there's a risk in what you do? I say, well, what risk? Come on, tulikufa. I mean, if Moi, something didn't happen to him, and I think people like my father must have really persuaded him to say, don't kill my son. I mean, you see the issue, Justin Muturi kind of thing. If Moi didn't let us go, chances are all of us would have hanged as subversives. And that was it. And that is why these things, to me and to a few of us, they mean something. They mean something. It's not... I mean, I look at my country and I keep on asking myself, what is it that people must do to make it better than it is?
There's a lot in that, and it's extremely loaded, even as you say it.
Yes.
So then I have to bring you back from 25 years ago.
Yes.
When after 3 years of detention, you finally did come out. And the horror of thinking that Raila Odinga would have been executed while you were in that space at that time. And then him coming out and then fighting for another 30 years.
Exactly.
Against the things that put him in that cell in the first place.
Yes.
And then seeing him right now, literally at this moment, coming back home, no longer alive, right now literally landing at JKIA in a coffin, having escaped death, execution, persecution, detention, all of those things over the last 40 years or so. Doesn't that do a doozy on you in terms of the imagery that it posts, that now he's given up his ghost in a manner different from the things that would have assuredly killed him over 40 years, and the things that you fought for, essentially?
That's a very good question. My conviction is that there's a book written by somebody called Frantz Fanon. When people are in this struggle on any issue, whether you're talking about gender parity, you're talking about racism, whether you're talking about colonialism, once you're in that struggle, the struggle is constantly going to have contradictions. Are you with me? There were cases, if you look at, for example, what was happening in South Africa during the ANC struggle, the Mkhonto Sizwe, constantly you had Nelson Mandela being visited by people trying to negotiate this thing. Do we capitulate and let these people continue ruling us on this thing of theirs, of apartheid, or do we negotiate with them? Those things were constantly in the minds of Raila, in the minds of all the people in Orengo. When you sit and talk to James, Orengo will tell you that it's never been easy. Even the things that were looking simplistic, even things were looking that can be done by even a high school kid, you find that you have to keep struggling with the big boys to try and change the country. So my honest observation is that where our country is, even if you look at Raila with his contradictions, and some of them have been quite big, my personal observation and personal rating of Raila is that amongst, if you were to take number 1 up to 10, amongst the 10 great leaders of this republic, if you consider Dedan Kimathi to be up there, because it was in the struggle of the Mau Mau, and look at the other leaders who have stood up, I would actually put Raila to be somewhere between number 2, 3, 4, below 10. He's one of the leaders who won. You know, Raila was the first person who used to come to Kisii and talk about how women should be respected. And you tell that to Kisii. That time, Raila would walk in Kisii town and people tell him, "You stupid boy, get out of there." You don't. They used to insult him. As the months passed, the next time Raila came for his second rally to Kisii, there were at least 200 people. By the time he had visited Kisii 3 times, Raila was filling the stadium. Why? He had started discussing issues of justice, fairness, equity, good governance, respect for the rule of law. And that is what the Kisii people are crazy about. Fairness, because we are a minority. Equity, because I want an opportunity, but I don't want to disadvantage anybody. Are you with me? Don't use my where I have been born to justify why you think I don't deserve either office or responsibility. Judge me for the content of my character. So Raila is the first person who started making us see people like Charity Ngilu as heroines.
As a possibility.
Yes. I mean, when I saw Raila picking Martha Karua, many of my friends were seeing Martha Karua as the numbers of the Mount Kenya numbers of the Kikuyu community. But I didn't see it that way. I saw a lady who has been in the trenches, who we disagreed with, 2007, who has actually lived her time, who has made her noise, who has fought for the rights of this country. And yet, for the first time, and nobody talks about it, she actually, today, if she had remained and Raila had been elected president, she would be the first woman president of Kenya. So there's so much that goes on in our boxes. And for me, I think in general, other than the politics, because we have always given Raila the politics. Raila was an amazing guy, very friendly, very kind, incredibly gifted in data. Raila knew which president was where, which year was overthrown, why did he get overthrown, which country has minerals, gold, diamond, silver, if it's coltan, who has got rare minerals, if it's Japan, how did it become? I mean, look at how many times did Raila talk about Lee Kuan Yew? How many times? Every single model we discussed it. And I came to understand the reason why the Kibaki government worked. Apparently, the Kibaki government had an economic council that had genuinely experts in international development. We had Japanese guys, like we had a Japanese guy. You remember him when you were covering ODM those days? We had one guy from West Africa. We had one Arab guy. There's a team of about 8 people who used to advise Kibaki once the committee has sat, and it was Raila who was either chairing or vice chairing. That is the committee that brought the issue of Konza City. That is the issue that brought the issue of doing an expressway from Mombasa to Western Kenya, because they had done the data and it showed that a truck which is supposed to go to Kampala in 1 day, if this was an expressway, is lasting on the highway for 27 days.
Yeah.
I mean, all our solutions to our problems do exist. The Kibaki administration tried to challenge them and they gave solutions and they succeeded, even if it was halfway through. My argument is, why is President William Ruto not giving me solutions, even if he just did 30%? Number two, I don't remember Kibaki ever doing anything outside the law. 90% of the things the president is either having through executive authority, whether he's doing the gazettements or whether he's changing anything, all of them are illegal. Any amendments to the constitution are supposed to increase the powers of the executive and make sure that nobody has access to that executive, which then makes us begin to wonder, is it that President William Ruto is preparing the ground so that then he can change Kenya from what it is, a multi-party democracy, and if need be, change it into the Ugandan case, whereby Chapter 2A, which we have gotten rid of, reintroduce it by getting members of parliament who have testified that, Your Excellency, we always pass bad laws for you in the House. You've been bribing us to give you bad laws.
And that's why we do it.
That's where I am.
What will you miss the most? Because we have
what
seen,
I will miss the most
because the flight has already touched down.
Yes. Let me give you my last one.
Yes.
And I really cry for myself on this one. How I walked out of Arsenal. And Raila has been in Arsenal all these years. You know, Arsenal loses. But I tell him, Mzee, me, I walked away. He said, Richard, you have to be loyal. Arsenal is not just a game. It's a feeling. So I was very happy. I saw the Arsenal fraternity, the Arsenal British headquarters sent a condolence message to him.
Yeah.
And I will miss that. And I'll also miss Raila had incredible amounts of jokes. All right. If I was a young man today who wanted to do a book, I would basically do a book on Raila's jokes, and it would be a bestseller.
And are you writing a book?
Yes, I'm writing a book. I'm writing a duo. I'm writing on behalf of my father. Then I now continue after he has passed. And I'm explaining a few things, including all these things that are going on. I have a chapter 2 where I'm discussing his relationship with Raila, what he thought of Raila, because he used to tell me what Raila told me he thought of my dad, and then the essence of our democracy, because many of my dad and company were not comfortable with Kenya adopting the American system, because the American system was so humongous. And my dad felt like having these 47 counties, which in the US are called states,
yes,
there would be too many. And indeed, Raila said he feels like our county should be reduced to 24. All right, there are some of us, like me, I think if you take the old regions, the 8 provinces, and increase them by double. If you have 16 counties, we are okay. But Kenyans are so pre-programmed about our tribalism, and we have gone back into our tribal cocoons. So even when Raila is trying to tell people that, look, the viability of what you call your counties doesn't make sense. If you take West, for example, if you take Kisii and Nyamira and put them together, and you had systems and structures which are distributing the money that reaches the public and everything, it really doesn't change much. You only have one executive. The other issue that Raila has brought up is he's always talked to many people and us, and that was he wasn't really sure whether we should have accepted to have governors who are elected or have governors who are appointed. Yeah, because the fact that governors are now elected has led to most of them behaving like Timpo dictators, the initial issue that we are dealing with.
Yeah. So just a little bit in terms of updates coming in from JKIA at the moment is that the plane carrying the delegation of folks who went to escort Raila Odinga's remains back to Kenya has actually touched down Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and we can see those pictures now. Of course, there are throngs of people at the airport wanting to then be able to catch a glimpse of all of this. And we know that President William Ruto is also at JKIA with a host of others who will then welcome him and bring him through. So that's happening at the moment, and we can see those pictures there. Of course, you can see many people then coming in to say welcome back, and of course to then go on to say goodbye. And just by way of more information, that there will be preparations that take place for him at the Lee Funeral Home really quickly, and then he will be then escorted through towards Parliament buildings, where also we can see large crowds of people have already started to congregate, because then they will be able to bid their farewell to him through till 5 p.m. today, after which he will then be taken to his Karen home, and then proceedings tomorrow morning through towards Kisumu, where he will be until again 3 p.m. and then proceed to Bondo through to Saturday. With the funeral then taking place with full state honours on Sunday. So that's what's happening, and we're likely to see that procession start to move through in the next couple of minutes. So yeah.
The only comment I would like to say, my brother, is this. You see, when you see these pictorials and you look at the pictures, you look at the crowd behavior, you look at how people are behaving in the whole country about Raila, I don't think any of us, as we sit in this studio, we would feel bad if we were given a funeral like this. So to me, at the age of 80, Raila did his thing.
He did his time.
And he did it well, with a few errors and mistakes here and there, because he was a human being like all of us. But the guy was an epitome of excellent in PR. The guy had a team, and this is again the credit that is never given. I am convinced, and I've said that in one of the chapters of my book, that Raila's failure to capture the presidency, especially after 2017 and the last elections, was because he had lost the kingpins who are running his think tanks. Go and check. He had lost the think tanks. You see, so the people who are around a leader, depending on the quality that leader has, and if the leader is willing to listen, he will achieve, I believe, what Raila has achieved. Raila would call, he would consult, he would trust, but he would verify. Raila had border boys. You know, William came with this border story and everything, which of course Raila couldn't, because we are considered the dynastic, which we are not, but it was not possible for him to run that narrative. But I saw Raila, before William started talking about the border riders and the mamambogas, Raila used to go and eat roasted maize. All right, I used to see him taking Kawatungu in Mombasa, sitting up at Kibarazani. Raila is the one who demystified our behavior. In my life, if it wasn't for Ogeta and the other wonderful gentlemen, the two bodyguards who have been Raila, I never saw Raila having more than 2 bodyguards
around him.
Look at what our governors do. Someone has got 17 guys, 4 Land Cruisers. Do you know how many pickup trucks? You know, people are just their mentor. They actually have a mental sickness. Why? They fear the public. They think the public sees what they steal and what they take. And that's why our leaders are behaving the way they do. Why do you need 12 people to take you to a funeral? I mean, honestly, if somebody wants to kill you, they can kill you.
They would find it. Do you think there's an opportunity for a new leaf? Is there a new sprout? Is there a new shoot then? That usually, you know, I think about, you know, in the agriculture settings, that when you've harvested and you need to apply the scorched earth theory, whereby you then burn off you know, the stalks that gave you
then it
the
sprouts back.
grain, and then it sprouts back. Is that an opportunity that Kenya is looking at today?
One of the things that we may not give ODM credit is the fact that we in ODM have actually been under very good pupillage, very good training. Right now, I do. Right now, I can run a presidential campaign and I can win. Yes. If you give me a good candidate, we'll win. Why? Because we are seized of the issue. We understand what Kenyans expect. Kenyans don't want hoopla. They don't want big stories. You know, the people don't want you come here, you tell us you what. No.
They want results.
They want results. Simple service delivery. So, in my thinking, ODM as a training ground for 25 years, because I joined ODM in the year 1992, 93. All right? The training has been wonderful. We have Babu, a young man who's really pushing himself and is toned down, because once I told him in politics, you don't have to make noise all the time. Tone down, carry yourself with dignity, and the public will own you. That has happened. Look at Sifuna. You know, when Sifuna was being attacked, we used to have meetings in the Senate there and the National Assembly, and we would tell him, boy, stick it out. Stick it out. If anybody wants to kick you out, stick it out. We will give it back to them. And Mzee knew, Raila knew, this is my tomorrow. Those young boys you see in ODM, those are Raila's tomorrow. Let me tell you, Ndu, I've told people we completely respect the presidency. We respect William Ruto because he has achieved what many people don't achieve in life. But we don't think he offers much. And it's for Kenya to decide. If they think we are the ones who are crazy, all right? Kenya, the reality is, it is Kenyans who are going to decide what country we have.
Let me ask, was it deliberate of Raila? Because you would assume somebody of his stature, his caliber, and the years of struggle to get to where he reached, the assumption would be, maybe at a party level,
yes,
or even at different levels, take the hand of somebody.
Yes.
And everybody will know that in the event is not there, that this is the person.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If you were me, wouldn't you think that Raila was talking about that if Sifuna is there, I'm comfortable? Didn't he say it?
Well, he said it,
Yeah.
but his party secretary general. Was he saying this is my future? Like,
if Sifuna wasn't worthy, and if Sifuna was not a good secretary general, the party leader would stand up and say, my party leader, my secretary general has gone crazy.
Isn't Raila Odinga the kind of man who would have said so if he was not comfortable with the words that Edwin Sifuna had been speaking over time? Would he not have spoken?
Out and said he has picked Sifuna's hand, half the people in ODM will run away.
So it was very deliberate.
It is deliberate. But I can tell you today, if you give me Sifuna as my presidential candidate and I have 6 months with him, I swear the fool will become president. He has got the looks, he can speak, he has the intellect, he has the jokes.
He has the interest for Kenya.
He stands up for what I value. Right. That is what I want Babu to farm up. That is what I want ODM to farm up. I don't want ODM to be a club where we are going to be participants in a cabal of arrangements where all we want is to get the best tenders, collect the money, be wealthy, and be meeting in current clubs and talking about how, oh, they've just finished my place and it was 290 million. Which idiot needs a house for $2.93 million? The fool should be building a hospital to help his people in the village. You don't need a $2 million house. If it's a swimming, you need just water in it.
If it's a bed, it's only one bed.
It's only a bed which is made from mahogany. If it is meat, a kilo of meat in Nairobi, I don't think there's a restaurant in Nairobi where a kilo of meat is 10K.
Well,
milk, a glass of milk cannot be more than 1,000. So, what the heck are you looking for 10 billion for? How many lifetimes do you have? Dude, don't you look at how my clothes look nice?
Very nice.
It's 10,000. Kenyan made. River Road. I mean, and we can't make these clothes, but we have to send our people to go to Turkey to go and bring suits for 70,000 because somebody has stolen money from the government and he can afford that suit. Why would you wear a 500,000 suit?
It's status.
Which status? Which status? Look at Giacom. He's being buried in a 6x2. Look at this man being sent by millions of people, being brought by an aeroplane, coming out. Look at all these people. Look at what Kenya has become for the last 3 days. But finally, he'll go into that little box. And then soil will be put on top, and that's it.
And in fact, those are the pictures that we're seeing now. And we're seeing that there are members of the cadet service from the army who are actually then embarking at the exit for the coffin to be removed, of course, supported by ground staff of the KAA at this point, then using the ramp to then lower the coffin that carries the body of Raila Odinga. And we know that that plane did touch down at JKIA about 14 minutes ago, and they're now just going through the logistics of then releasing that coffin that was secured by the Indian government, and then being able to send that over in a military aircraft through towards Mumbai, and then that then came towards Nairobi then this morning. So we see that happening. They will flank that coffin in the Kenyan flag. It'll be draped in the Kenyan flag as it's then released. It'll be taken then ground and then put in the vehicle that will then transport Raila Odinga's body through towards the Lee Funeral Home, where other preparations will be done before then he makes its way towards Parliament. Remember that this is state procession that will be accorded Raila Odinga, and the President William Ruto, alongside members of cabinet and other members of this delegation, are also at JKIA and making sure that they do these preparations and do them in order. So the pictures that we are seeing now, that you also then have an opportunity to see, is the preparations in the lower part of that aircraft, trying to get the coffin out. Again, members of the army, that cadet service is making sure that the body then makes its way out in the coffin, and then the proceedings will take place from there. Those are the pictures that we see. This is what will happen. It'll take some time, but it'll be done. And we know that the outskirts, as well as many parts of the airport today, thronged with a lot of people who want to then be able to come and see. And it was interesting to see that we did see members of the security forces, army, KDF, as well as administration police, just being in the area, not pushing anybody back. But there seems to be an acceptance of the fact that the nation is grieving at this point, and not necessarily being harsh with anybody or pushing them back, allowing the crowds to come through. And of course, there we see Interior CS Murkomen, joined by Ruth Odinga, as well as Principal CS Musalia Mudavadi, and they've just passed in that area just now, and just being able to see the happenings that are taking place as this procession.
Well, and the pictures that are also coming from because of this 72-hour Raila's wish to be buried. So we're also getting pictures, and these pictures coming from, there's Kisumu, the stadium where he will be received on Saturday. Then there is also Bondo, his home in Bondo. There is also, we have preparations then at Lee Funeral and at Parliament, and at the same time Nyayo Stadium, which a part of it has been going through some repairs and construction work going on. So all these things are happening simultaneously. It's going to be a tight Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The next 4 days will be having a lot of activities around this one man. Do you think, because there's always this saying that there is always a leader that emerges in a lifetime, and every country has one or two or three or four. The Nelson Mandelas of this world, the Mahatma Gandhis of India, where
Desmond Tutu, West African Nkrumah. You've had leaders will emerge. I've just seen somebody asking me a question, I think on your saying that why are you supporting Matiang'i, why not Babu and Sifuna? Babu and Sifuna have not announced they're running for president. I'm intelligent enough to make decisions. I mean, politics is about picking a candidate who can win. And the reason why I support Fred Matiang'i is my friend. I mean, Fred, I knew him before he was even a minister. Fred used to work at Parliament. drafting the bills which were being brought in by CUNY, City University of New York. He's the one running the program. So it's somebody I've known for a very long time. I also find him reasonable. I don't struggle with him. All right. What I would want him, and the hopes and dreams I have, is that he would clearly understand the dysfunctionality of our state so that he can fix it. The problem in Kenya today, to get the leaders that you're talking about, is that we have no politics of ideology. We have a politics which, like I said earlier when we started, it's all about this group. A group, we have become a cabal of individuals who basically look for opportunity. How can we stash in as much money as possible? Go and have a home in Dubai, if not in the US. Make sure our children don't go to school in Kenya. If it's in South Africa or Europe, still that is okay. And we shop for about, 10 million shillings every year for clothes. That is your life. That's what you want. But there are leaders who are going to emerge because of the social need. There are leaders who are going to come up and say, you know what, yes, this we cannot accept, this we will. And I want to pray that God allows me to be in that category. For me, I'm very, very comfortable trying to raise the issues. Number one, not for any particular reason. By now, you know, I'd be a rich boy. Hey, like from Adani. Boss.
Had you agreed to keep quiet?
Coming to my home in Karen.
Had you agreed to keep quiet?
I'm running those little poodles, those two dogs.
You are fighting Adani.
Feeding those dogs with about 12 kilos a day. Their meat costs, I'm told, CG 200,000 a year.
And steaks.
My honest and sincere feeling is that there are enough Kenyans, even if Richard Onyonka is not there, or Babu Wino is not there, or even you guys are not here, who are willing to fight for the goodness of our country. They're there. People are there. And people, I've talked to Kenyans. I look at them face to face. I hear them. You travel, you see Kenyans. What do they tell you? It's not going to be business as usual.
It won't change.
It won't change. And even if bad laws are passed in the National Assembly and the Senate, we will talk about it. We'll be telling Kenyans, this is a bad one. This one. I mean, why would you want to remove the responsibility of having the National Assembly and the Senate approve how you are going to sell parastatals, which are worth billions? Some of the parastatals that these guys want to sell are actually located in areas where the amounts of minerals that are there, if you took just a quarter of the minerals there, we would pay our debt. We would pay our debt.
And this is reality. These are the things this is reality.
And what is interesting is when I was talking with my friend Fred Matiang'i, he told me the last thing Uhuru did was to do an audit of all the minerals that exist in the Republic of Kenya. And his view, Kenya has a capacity of raising close to $2 trillion on our minerals alone. That includes the oil in Turkana. It's there. People just refused to allow Tulo to do what it was meant to be. After they kicked out Tulo, they brought their friends. They went and bought all these pieces of land, which had already been audited by who? By Uhuru.
By Uhuru.
You go to the Masai Mara area, around that area, you go all the way to Oloitokitok. If you go there, look at the company which was called Tiomin. Tiomin mined something in Kenya for not less than 10 years, which was being carried live. Nobody knows what that shit was.
Speaking about what's being carried, if you allow me, Senator, to go back to JKIA now, the pictures that we're seeing is that the body of the coffin, rather, that carries the body of Raila Odinga now being lowered from that aircraft, and it is then being received by the throngs of people who are at JKIA at the moment. And it's interesting because many, many people, interestingly, and we see that symbolism carrying the green branches, who have then been allowed to come to very close proximity of the aircraft. And as the coffin has been released or lowered down from that ramp, the members of the public, those who've come to wish him goodbye and those who've come to acknowledge him are actually there. We are seeing members of the army, some representatives, I believe, from the Navy, as well as Air Force, there to greet in what is obviously the beginnings of the state procession that will take place over the next 3 days. And we see them there have lined up and they're in salute, as the body then does make its way down that ramp. And folks who are holding those green branches as symbols of welcome and symbols of grief are actually welcoming him down as he then makes way. Of course, they're thronged security personnel, of course, doing well to keep the crowd at bay, but also well controlled. And it looks like a peaceful, welcome at the moment. We're going to keep our eyes on all of this as it continues to happen. This will then come to the place where President William Ruto is going to give his, of course, his welcome to that, and many people then being able to welcome. So we're seeing the coffin is being moved. It is draped in the Kenyan flag. That happens as then he makes his way out, and we are seeing, of course, people waving and just basically welcoming him in. That cadet service, they are the ones who carry this coffin, and they'll carry it to the space where it will rest for a few moments before then it then makes its way on through towards Mombasa Road and then out towards the Lee Funeral Home and then on to Parliament. They carry that, and people are welcoming this. And I think it is gallant that people have been allowed to come into the premises of the airport, and which normally they would not be allowed to do. Yeah. But this is a different situation, and I think that the grace that has been accorded here is one to watch, and that's great that has been matched. He'll be taken to the place where it will rest for a moment, and then being taken to the vehicle thereafter. So it's happened. This is official, and we see that those members will continue in that stead. All right, so just to remind ourselves that as the day continues, and as you see those pictures, as this moves along quickly, the day will continue whereby members of the public will then be able to go to Parliament buildings well until 5 p.m. To then be able to say their goodbyes, to view the body of Raila Odinga, which will line Parliament buildings until 5 p.m. today. And then later on, we'll go to Karen, to Raila Odinga's residence. And then thereafter, tomorrow, will then make its way. Remember, it's state procession, will make its way to Kisumu, where it will be until 3 p.m. and then make its way to Bondo, where it will lie in state until Sunday, where the state funeral will then take place. We're likely to hear some more as we then do go along. So we're just looking at those pictures. We are seeing what's happening here. The coffin has been disembarked from the aircraft, and we'll see those, light ceremonies that will take place at JKIA in the meantime. Still lots of people there, and I just think that they've been allowed here.
It's a lot of people, but
absolutely.
This picture, if you juxtapose this to what was to happen, I think at some point last year and even this year, when the Gen Zs were saying we're going to JKIA, and they couldn't get close, and you're imagining the fight for the liberation then of this country and the things that they're fighting for this country, and then you see these same people have access actually to is this the airside?
This is
the
right,
VIP wing,
right?
VIP wing.
VIP wing, and of course we know that the aircraft just comes right up close. What took time was that they were, of course, draping, and it was interesting to see because the coffin was wrapped in the cellophane packing, and it had to be removed for the flag then to be draped before they brought it down the ramp. So those, of course, we see cadets from the army. They are the ones who are now taking this through.
Yeah, I mean, Senator, my last question is, do you think, because at the center of all this, Raila epitomized key turning points and key moments in Kenya. He was admired and equally feared, but who the people were perceived to be his enemies. He was greatly misunderstood, and at some point you said he made mistakes here and there. He was impossible to ignore. He made errors. But in these last couple of months, you fought so hard and brought this whole Adani conversation. Raila defended it. And towards the end, he kept talking about the Adani, and he appeared almost upset that it didn't go through. Do you think those were errors, and do you think they dent his legacy?
My conviction and belief is that I have actually asked that question, all right? And I didn't ask him, but I asked somebody who would enlighten me. And the conviction I have is that the person who was explaining to me made the point that Raila was convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that that was a good deal. And what I asked whoever that I discussed this with was, if you believe that this was not a good deal. All right? Did you even do comparative analysis? And for example, look at what Rwanda got, because Rwanda, and I believe something like $1.2 billion to set up a new airport, and then they were added $1 billion later. Rwanda is building one of the best and biggest airports on the African continent. So Raila was feeling like we were stopping the fact that the country needs an airport. What I told Mzee and the people who came to ask me about it was very simple. Do it within the law.
And nobody has a problem
So
with it.
they asked me which law. I said, you taught us that when people do things, they follow the law. Mzee told me that he is a Democrat, and good Democrats make sure they follow the law. They believe in justice, equity, and fairness. So, Mr. Okari, follow the law.
Follow the law. He's Senator in the Republic of Kenya for the people of Kisii County. Richard Onyonka, I think there's a lot we've learned, even about you and your struggle today. And that you've been able to lend to this, not just lending to a conversation, but lending to history.
Thank you.
And may we always be on the right side of it.
One last thing in I wanted to mention, and my brother, Okari here. If there's anything this guy should be given credit for, it's just the simple fact that he actually believed in free speech.
There you go.
Raila really fought for this thing. I mean, I remember all meetings we would go. You know, there was a time when guys would actually insult him. And Raila would stand up and say, no, it's okay.
Allow them to speak.
Allow them. That's democracy. What's wrong with you? Where do you want him to go and say those things? In the toilet?
You never took anyone to court for defamation.
No, what are you defaming me about? Talk about me if you want.
And let's speak.
Say I'm a night runner. You'll come and give you my record of writing and running at night. So what has it made you? I mean, I see some people sometimes insulting me. I'm like, these guys, I wish they knew. I'm one of the happiest guys in the world.
Senator Onyonka, thank you. Over the next couple of days.
Thank you so much.
We'll
and
see.
I want to say I'm so sorry. I will not promise not to come next time. Whatever I promise, I'll come.
Fantastic. And of course, keep looking for you. Thank you so much. And for everybody who's been on the Situation Room this morning, we continue to follow these proceedings. It's 3 minutes past 10. Good morning.
Thank you so much.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga. A water salute, also known as a water cannon salute, is a ceremonial gesture